Ladies and gentlemen, episode number 430, Christmas Eve at TAV. Let's go! Merry Christmas, everybody. Welcome to the Archerverse TV. We have a very special tournament this evening. It is our year-end Gold Rush tournament. Of course, we already had a year-end Wrestle Wars, a year-end Starcade. I figured, why the hell not? The year-end show was so nice, let's do it twice. Year-end Gold Rush tournament. Of course, we have as you can see, a tone-setting matchup that is going to blow the roof off the joint. It is an 8-man Elimination Royale, and the World Championship, the Wrestle Wars World Championship to be specific, is on the line. Tony Stone putting his title on the line, and we're going to talk about that in just a few moments. We've got some dirt sheets to look at. We've got Santa Claus came early this year. Speaking of which, I hope everybody has a great Christmas. Hope Santa's good to everybody. First and foremost, again, Merry Christmas to all, and Happy New Year. But Santa Claus came early for some folks. I mean, first and foremost, let's talk about Team AMC Me. Ashley Marie, the Diamond, the Wolfpack gals, they all, in unison, were given a gift this year early by Santa Claus because Ashley Marie became the very first person in Archerverse history to become a Triple Crown Women's World Champion after she defeated Amber Extreme for the YTD Academy Women's Grand Prix Wrestling Champion just yesterday. It was a phenomenal matchup, and it was a banger. Let me tell you, if you haven't seen that matchup, you definitely got to go back and watch the matchup between Ashley Marie and Amber Extreme for the Grand Prix Wrestling Championship. It was absolutely phenomenal. Ended up, Amber Extreme was defeated by the great Ashley Marie, however, and she is now a Triple Crown champion. She holds the WCW Women's World Championship. She holds the Archerverse Women's World Championship, and she is also in possession of the YTD Women's Grand Prix Wrestling Championship. I mean, it is a fantastic feat, and again, she is the very first person in Archerverse history to accomplish such a feat. So she has made history, her and the Wolfpack. And I mean, I got to tell you, that's another thing. Since Ashley Marie joined the Wolfpack, she has been absolutely dominant, just on fire. Clearly became a Triple Crown champion. I mean, at one point, I do remember there was a conversation between Glenola and myself, and I can't remember who the other party was, but we were actually talking about how, you know, before Ashley Marie was in a tag team for a long spell there with the Asian Nightmare, Ashley Shang. She was a singles competitor for many, many moons and won many women's championships, but she had never held two women's championships at the same time, much less now she holds all three. She is the top of the food chain. She is the best in the world, and she is a Triple Crown champion, the first ever Triple Crown champion in Archerverse history. Life is great. Welcome in. And Sir Jack the Greatest. Welcome in, guys. Merry Christmas. Welcome to the Christmas Eve year-end Gold Rush tournament. It's going to be a fantastic show today. We have the Archerverse World Tag Team Championships on the line. Primetime players putting those titles on the line against 8 villainous tag teams. It is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Wait until you see the quarterfinals. It is going to be one hell of an evening. And as you can see, the first match, the tone setter of the evening is a banger itself. It is going to be a phenomenal night of matches. I figured we had Wrestle Wars year-end show. We had Starcade's year-end show. I figured, what the hell? It is time for a tournament year-end show. So we got the World Tag Team Championships and the World Championship up for grabs. I figured if we're gonna go big or we are gonna go home, and we don't ever go home. Well, you eventually do. But we're going big tonight. There's no going home. We are going big. Both world titles on the line tonight. YT Shadows in the house. What's going on, YT? How's everybody today? How was everybody's Christmas Eve? Did anybody have anything special going on today? Did anybody some people have their dinners on Christmas Eve? Makes it a little less stressful on Christmas Day. Some people have Christmas Day dinners, Boxing Day dinners. What's everybody up to? What's going on? Did anybody have any festivities to participate in today? Dragon Death, what's going on? Welcome in. And he says, Merry almost Christmas. We are just a few short minutes away from Christmas, depending on where you live, of course. For me, it's about 58 minutes, and it is officially Christmas time. Santa will be coming and attempting to break into my household and selfishly leave presents for everybody. But anyways, did anybody have any festivities today? Did anybody get any presents today? Did you have family over? Did you have a dinner? What's going on? What's new and exciting? Good to see people popping in. Wasn't sure what everybody was doing this evening. So at one point in time, I kind of expected that I might have a very, very small audience tonight. But the show had to go on. We were supposed to have a tournament last night. That did not happen. The show had to go on. Everybody was expecting a show, and there was going to be one. So I was ready to rock and roll. And again, it is a fantastic tournament. And this match specifically, to start the night off, is going to be absolutely phenomenal. But I had to make mention of Team AMC Me and her historic run to become a Triple Crown champion. Again, congratulations to Team AMC Me and to the Diamond Ashley Marie, to the Wolfpack as well. Picking up another championship, and what a way to do it. They just made history. So congratulations to all involved. Curlady in the house. What's going on, Lady Lobster? Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Golden Gamer in the house. My God, there's a lot of villains coming in. This is going to be a very interesting evening. Christmas Eve at TAV might become a little villainous, I think. But, yeah, what's everybody doing? Curlady, what did you do today? It's Christmas Eve for everybody, except for anybody that lives in, Europe, the UK, Australia. Well, a lot of places, actually. It's already Christmas there. Here, not so much yet. Almost. Curlady did nada. Lady Lobster, are you doing anything tomorrow? I'm assuming you have family festivities tomorrow. Is Joe here? I don't think Joe is here yet.
Is Joe here? New pay.
No, he is not here yet, to my knowledge. He will be. You know Joe. He's just waiting for that appropriate moment to, dodge his work duties and jump into the Archiverse and start giving people shoutouts.
B.
Cut the cords. We haven't even started the show. And by the way, Curlady, I'm the only person on the broadcast tonight, so that's a very bad idea. Just saying. I mean, if you want, I will still take you up on that, and I will just remove myself from the first match of the night or something to that effect. Or maybe not the first match, because the first match is a big match. But when we start the tournament, I'll remove myself from a match, and it gives me a time to go get a drink or something. But currently, I'm not saying I'm going to be the only person on the broadcast for the entirety of the evening, but as of right now, I'm the only person. Or refund my points or I'll snap suplex you. Dogface is in the house. What's going on, Dogface? Yeah, speaking of which, Mitchell Vaughn, again, picking up another championship belt. Again, the other day, another championship matchup. Mitchell Vaughn became the new YTD Academy Grand Prix Wrestling Champion. So congratulations to Team Dogface again. See, now you're here, ready to rock and roll for the evening. Big win for Mitchell Vaughn, becoming a champion again. Weapons of Mass Destruction, always finding ways to win championships. Again, reminds you a lot of the Wolfpack, do they not? It's crazy. Okay, so Curlady would like their points refunded. So give me a moment while I do that. Then, of course, we'll have a quick look at the dirt sheets. See what's going on in the world of pro wrestling. See what we've missed, what we haven't missed.
Love you all. Dog.
There we go. Curlady, that should give you all of your Archiverse bucks back.
Together we will grow strong and our communities will remain strong by our constant support for one another's endeavors. With that, skipping the rest. Thank you, dear.
All right, there you go, Curlady. You are welcome. Kraken Skulls in the house. What's going on, Kraken Skulls? Welcome in, brother. Appreciate you being here. Merry Christmas. What's new and exciting, my friend? Good to see everybody here. Honestly, when I was getting ready to do the show tonight, I was literally ready to just basically do the show on my own because, I mean, again, we were supposed to do the show last night, but we had really bad weather, like I'm sure most of you did if you lived in the tri-state area or up here in Canada or anywhere along the East Coast. You probably had terrible, terrible weather, so I wasn't able to do the show last night. But, as promised, the show was going to go on. You guys were going to have a VOD for your Christmas downtime, whether I was you know, whether I had to shovel my house out before I got live, but I mean, it was go time. The tournament was happening.
Laughing.
Life is Great says, I live in Wisconsin and had minus 36. Nice. That is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Minus 36. I mean, it's not even that cold here. We have a hell of a lot of wind, though. I mean, there was definitely some microbursts happening in my backyard. I was literally watching little mini tornadoes of snow in my backyard. It was quite crazy. Wind was very, very powerful, blowing snow all over the place. Visibility was very, very bad. Much better today. Still kind of crappy. Roads aren't very good. Did cause a bit of an issue earlier today. We won't discuss that.
In Canada?
Do you use Celsius in Canada? We do use Celsius in Canada, yeah.
Stay safe, Archer.
Yeah. I mean, most of the civilized world uses Celsius, to be fair. But yeah, things aren't that bad here as far as being... It's not cold here. Well, I mean, it's cold. But it's not... To us, it's not cold. In comparison... It's not minus 36.
Can reduce the lag online in this game.
Anyone know how I can reduce the lag? I mean, Kraken says USA is not civilized. We use Fahrenheit. Yeah. AD&I, you got some lag issues, do you? I mean, lag happens, though. Lag does tend to happen. Sometimes there's not a lot you can do about it. It can be weather-related. It can be, you know, internet traffic.
I don't know if Google is lying to me.
I don't know if Google is lying to me, but it says 37.7778 Celsius.
Not on any other.
I mean, I don't know. I would have to do the math on that, really. And I really don't feel like doing math right now, so I'm gonna. Where's Froggy Mothlegs? He can get Poindexter to do that math for you in a jiffy. Dogface says, "Oi, thank you, asshole." How dare you, sir? I mean, I'm not thanking you for anything. You come over here and steal all of our championships, beat up our wrestlers. I mean, I'm not thanking you for anything. That is absolutely ghastly. I mean, Life is Great says there's supposed to be a negative there, apparently. There's supposed to be a negative there. Well, minus 36 Fahrenheit would not be minus 37 Celsius. That doesn't make any sense.
Froggy's on vacay.
Froggy's on vacay. I'm not sure if they'll make it. Oh, yeah, I think he said something about that, actually, now that you mention it. I do recall something about that. AJ says, only on this game, not on another. Interesting. So your console's playing games with you, so to speak. That was a very bad joke, wasn't it? It really was. I mean, yeah, I deserve the boo. I deserve the booze. That was terrible. Anyways, you're on PC? Interesting. I mean, the only thing I can suggest, if it's an ongoing issue for you, is to uninstall and reinstall the game.
I think it's a bold-faced liar. Laughing.
Does tend to fix a lot of problems. I mean, it takes some time, and most people don't want to do that or go that route, but it does fix problems.
I think Stephanie was actually pretty good in her role as SmackDown.
Life's Great says, but yeah, that's what Google says. I think it's a bold-faced liar. Watching back older SmackDown tapings, I think Stephanie was actually pretty good in her role as SmackDown GM. No, actually, I liked Stephanie McMahon as SmackDown GM. I wasn't one of those people that had a problem with her as GM. I actually thought she did a pretty good body of work as a heel GM. So yeah, I agree, Sir Jack. I think that she was really good in that role. Life says, I'm not a math person, so I was hoping Google would just convert it for me.
So I was hoping Google would just convert it for me.
Well, you know,
Laughing.
Google can be your friend, or Google can be an asshole. In this case, not so friendly. But anyways, got a great show planned again. As you can see, 8-man Elimination Royale. We've got some absolute killers in this matchup. We got Nathan North, first and foremost, from Team Illustrate. Seth freaking Rollins, Bruiser Brody, ready to rock and roll. Fat Lad Mitchell Vaughn, looking to become a double champion tonight. Again, he is the YTD Academy Grand Prix Wrestling Champion after his big win the other night.
It's cold.
Defeated Roman Reigns. Ted Cobb, awesome. Ted Cobb from Team Crondos BR. We have the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. The Tribal Chief himself, the man that Fat Lad beat at YTD Academy to become the Grand Prix Wrestling Champion, Roman Reigns. And, of course, the reigning defending champion, Tony Stone. Ready to rock and roll, put his title on the line. It is going to be a banger of a match. 8-man Elimination Royale. And then we slide right in to our elimination-style Gold Rush tournament for the Wrestle Wars World Tag Team Championship. It is going to be an awesome night of matches. But before we get to that, we are going to get into the dirt sheets and see what's happening in the good old world of pro wrestling. Life says, whatever the case, F or C, it's cold. It is cold. It is fucking cold to be exact. Dogface says, fuck this, have a good Christmas, everyone. All right, Dogface. Merry Christmas, my friend. Shadows. What's going on, Shadows? How was your day? Did anybody else have Christmas festivities early? No?
Mine's in 2 hours.
Yours is in 2 hours? Well, I didn't know if anybody had any Christmas Eve festivities or what was going on there. I know myself. We had our family dinners today because I mean Christmas Day is always kind of busy, right? There's people going everywhere, and I have older children, so they're going different places and scattering, and it's just easier if we did our Christmas dinner Christmas Eve, and then Christmas Eve Christmas Day itself is a little less stressful because we don't have as many different places to have to be, etc. So, Mad Dog, what's going on, Mad Dog? Welcome in. Appreciate you stopping by. Merry Christmas. How was your day? How was your Christmas Eve? Did you get the kiddies all settled in, snug and tight? Are they excited for Santa? Hopefully everybody's excited for Santa. I hope Santa is good to everybody. All right, well, I say, before we get into the dirt sheets, and there's not a lot of dirt sheets, but I have a couple lists, too, to get into, and they're going to be interesting lists. We've got a list that is relevant to the Christmas season. We're going to get into that a little bit later, and, of course, I have another one as well, but I also have the dirt sheets. There's not a lot, but a few interesting things. But before we get into it, I say we get the show on the go. Let's get things crack-a-lacking. Episode number 430, ready to rock and roll. What do you guys think? Are you guys ready to get the action going in the squared circle? Mad Dog says, what up, brother? Merry Christmas, guys. And yes, my kids are so ready. Always good when the kiddies are excited. I mean, the Christmas without children being excited just wouldn't be the same. You know, it's really the children of the world that make the Christmas season what it is, you know? But anyways, let's get this championship on the line. Let's get the show on the go. Get the 8-man elimination rolling, because we also have a banger of a tournament to get to as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, 8-man elimination royale, episode number 430 live. Let's go. And here we go.
So Maddog 62317.
All right, so let's have a look at the dirt sheets and see what's happening. The first thing that catches my eye, apparently Santa came to Ricochet a little bit early. So this is from Wrestling Inc. Apparently Ricochet got 6 stitches and a lump for Christmas. I mean, how do you fit that in the stocking? Stitches in the... I mean, is it a lump of coal? Or a lump on the head? I mean, how did his head was in the stocking? I don't know. That's a terrible Christmas gift, too. But anyways, this is by Dylan Murray.
LOL.
And it was actually written today. So it's a common Christmas knowledge that good kids get presents and bad kids get coal. However, it appears that WWE star Ricochet found out what pro wrestlers who face Imperium the night before Christmas Eve gets for Christmas. And safe to say, it wasn't a very merry night for the High Flyer. On the December 23rd episode of SmackDown, Ricochet teamed up with Braun Strowman to battle Imperium's Ludwig Kaiser and Giovanni Vinci in a festive Miracle on 34th street fight. By the way, I did watch that, and I got to tell you, later into the match started off great. Later into that match, I ended up literally turning off the match. It was just ridiculous. But anyways, so Ricochet and Strowman walked away from the match victorious, but not without Ricochet taking a nasty hit that resulted in a big gash on the back of his head. Ricochet tweeted about the injury, saying, 6 stitches in my stocking and a lump. Lisa Scott Cole with graphic photos that of the cut were included in those photos. Given the humorous nature of the tweet and subsequent replies to concerned friends, it seems unlikely that the cut will take the one and only out of action moving forward, which is lucky for the Blue brand stalwart. After winning the SmackDown World Cup final against Santos Escobar earlier this month, Ricochet has become a top contender for Gunther's Intercontinental Championship. The high-flying sensation lost the Intercontinental Championship to Gunther earlier this year after holding the belt throughout the spring. Despite initially struggling to regain his footing over the summer and autumn months, his recent performances have been a true return to form for the SmackDown star. The match against Imperium also featured some highly praised spots, including Ricochet kissing his real-life girlfriend Samantha Irvin underneath a mistletoe ahead of a big comeback sequence, and that's the part that I actually turned the channel. That was just ridiculous for me. I mean, she kisses him and suddenly it's like Popeye eating spinach, and it was one of those spots where I hear Jim Cornette in my head saying, they're making it ridiculous. There are too many goofy spots, and it's one of those points in times where I'm thinking, oh God, Jim Cornette was right. At least about that moment. But yeah, I didn't even watch the rest of it after all that. I just couldn't do it. It was so quirky and bad. I couldn't do it. But yeah, so ahead of a big comeback sequence, Irvin has been the designated SmackDown ring announcer since being called up from NXT and 205 to the Blue brand last January. Now that said, I will say that I do agree Ricochet has been pretty awesome since having a bit of a rough go in the... Well, I mean, he was Intercontinental Champion through spring and most of autumn before, Gunther, took over. But because Gunther's been champion now for just about 200 days, I think it's been, so... I believe I looked that up earlier, and I believe I think he's been Intercontinental Champion for about 197 days, I believe is the count there. Welcome back, Life. And thanks for the shout out for Mad Dog. Appreciate that. All right, but yeah, I agree. He's looked mint, absolute mint, and I'm actually a fan of Ricochet. I just didn't necessarily care for the spots he was put in. I thought he didn't get used properly. It was the problem I had.
From Santa Fe, New Mexico, weighing in at 284 pounds, Bruiser.
Here's something from WrestlingNews.co, and this is about the identity of the cameraman. I don't know if anybody watched SmackDown, but this is about the identity of the cameraman that Bray Wyatt attacked during the SmackDown show on Friday, or, well, yesterday. And this is by Andrew Ravens. So it says... since his return at the WWE Extreme Rules show, Bray Wyatt has been pushed as a top star, and he garnered a ton of buzz leading up to his return. Now that he's back, WWE has been careful with booking him and not overexposing him on television. He's been unhinged since his return, which was displayed during Friday's SmackDown. WWE did a segment where he attacked a WWE cameraman. Wyatt did a promo where he had a mental breakdown before grabbing a cameraman, recording him, and laying him out with the mandible claw. The identity of the cameraman in question has been revealed as he reacted to the vicious assault. The cameraman real identity is JT Energy, who has been a pro wrestler for 6 years after being trained by Seth Rollins. He took to Twitter to further play up the segment. He says, "I may never be the same person again after being attacked by Bray Wyatt on SmackDown." Interesting, I'm not really sure who JT Energy is, but trained by Seth Rollins is intriguing. I might have to start paying attention. Discord for streamers got banned. Must have been trying to sell stuff to us, was he? Attempting to sell us some followers? Or are we just banning people for the sake of banning people? Because I'm down with that. I love those vibes. Oh, no. I mean, you can ban the whole chat if you want, Life. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Because they're a bunch of villains anyways. And I'm surprised, other than Curly dropping that cut the cords, which has been redeemed for now. Refunded for now.
Saxton, last time you saw that
not yet, but I've seen the bot pop up in other streams. Oh, excellent. Fantastic. A little preemptive strike. I like it. Again, those are the vibes. Thank you very much, Life. Absolutely fantastic job as a mod. They invited Discord. That makes you famous. Yeah. Yep. I mean, they attempt to make all of us famous, apparently. We're not doing a good job on our own, so we need those bot holes to help us along the way, apparently.
I can't stop. No one can.
Imagine the massive size.
All right, so yeah, JT Energy. Does anybody else know who Are you guys familiar with JT Energy? I personally am not. I mean, I'm going to start familiarizing myself with him. I mean, Seth Rollins is one of my favorite wrestlers of the modern era, so the fact that he has a wrestler that he has trained is very intriguing and interesting for me. Yeah, you have no idea either? Okay, so interesting. You know what you should do, Life? Why don't you look up a little bit of information on JT Energy. Look up a little information on JT Energy and see what his accomplishments are.
The new jackpot number for a chance to win a channel.
By the way, those jackpot numbers are accurate. It's all been changed. Soul Embers, of course, won the YTD Championship opportunity at the final Starrcade of 2022. So the new number that you're looking, because nobody has cracked the 069 yet. It's friggin' hilarious. We're going on 2 months. And the new number for the YTD Championship match is 090. JT Energy, yeah, Life, that's what it was, yep.
While some people may question the change in Roman's attitude, you cannot deny he still works harder than anyone in WWE.
Takes no opponent lightly, engages in psychological warfare even before the bell rings.
And there is no question about it.
Wow, this is not wrestling related, and I don't know how many UFC fans there are, or combat sports fans, mixed martial arts fans, boxing fans, doesn't matter what fan you are, but man, I just read some seriously sad news. I'm gonna read it. It's F4WOnline.com. It was just written today, and it was by Brian Rose. Stephen Bonner, a finalist in the first season of UFC's The Ultimate Fighter, has passed away. So condolences to Stephen Bonner's family and friends and anybody that enjoys combat sports and likes Stephen Bonner and The Ultimate Fighter. Very, very tragic and sad news. I had no idea. So UFC confirmed the news on social media Saturday afternoon, writing on their website that Bonner had died from a presumed heart complications while at work. MMA Fighting reported that a law enforcement source with knowledge of the situation confirmed he had died on December 22nd. The UFC family is saddened by the passing of UFC Hall of Famer Stephan Bonnar. The UFC wrote on the social media, "We send our sincerest condolences to his family and friends." Bonnar was a finalist in the first season of The Ultimate Fighter back in 2005, losing to Forrest Griffin via unanimous decision. The fight was inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame in 2013. He continued to compete in the UFC through 2012 when he retired following a loss to Anderson Silva. He competed in one more fight, losing to Tito Ortiz via split decision at Bellator 131 in 2014. Stephan Bonnar was one of the most important fighters to ever compete in the octagon. UFC President Dana White said in a statement, "His fight with Forrest Griffin changed the sport forever, and he will never be forgotten. The fans loved him, related to him, and he always gave his best. He will be missed." Bonnar also made appearances in pro wrestling, including independent appearances for House of Glory and IWS in 2017. He also appeared in Impact Wrestling in 2019, losing to Moose at the year's Victory Road event. I actually remember that. That's very, very sad and tragic news. And again, to any fans of Stephan Bonnar, to his family and friends, sincere condolences from the Archiverse community. Very, very sad. At this time of year, that's very, very sad. It changes your holiday and your Christmas, and it's very, very sad news.
The champ comes into his title defense
Life is Great says JT Energy is also known as Travis Horn. Apparently has 6 years in-ring experience. Really? So who has he wrestled for? And look at that beautiful new Archiverse Wrestle Wars World Championship. Absolutely gorgeous. It was supposed to be a New Year's surprise, but I figured we'd end the year on a high note. And of course, if you look at the Archiverse Discord, you can see all of the altered and updated championships. All changes have been made to reflect any recent shows, whether it be YTD Academy Dark matches or the last Starrcade. Everything's good to go. You're getting that off of cagematch.net? Okay. Does it happen to say who he has wrestled for by chance? Just out of curiosity. Again, I'm not familiar. I really am not familiar with Travis Horn or JT Energy. But I'll be honest, I mean, I'm going to be paying attention now. I mean, like I said, Seth Rollins is easily one of my favorite wrestlers of the modern era. So the simple fact that he's taken the time to train somebody, and you know what, he would be a fantastic, he's a visionary. Like, I know they just say that as part of his gimmick, but he really is a modern day visionary in pro wrestling. So imagine what he could pass down to some. I mean, he's very good at putting people over in the ring, telling stories. He's great on the mic. He's great on the. He's technically sound. What he could offer. What he could offer the younger generation is simply phenomenal. So, I mean, is there any Seth Rollins fans in here? Do you guys like Seth Rollins? Life, are you a Seth Rollins fan? Apparently right now he's freelance. I'm looking up his titles. Okay. Yeah, because that'll, I mean, even if you look up his titles, it'll basically tell us what promotions he's been wrestling for.
Truly cannot believe that didn't even get a 1 count. Oh my goodness. Kick to the gut.
Anyways, that's extremely sad news about Stephan Bonnar. Again, I don't know how many of you guys are actual MMA fans, fan of the UFC, the Ultimate Fighter Show, or any of that. But I mean, I personally am a fan. Again, I've been a martial artist and involved with martial arts a large part of my life. So I love combat sports and I love MMA. So I'm very well aware of who it is, and it's just very, very sad. So you know, I hope he's able to rest in peace. And again, condolences to friends, family, fans, and anybody in our community that's a fan of Stephen Bonner. You're not finding anything on this guy. Interesting. Very interesting. You know what else is interesting is the fact that we have not even come close to having one single elimination in this match yet, and man, is it a back and forth contest. They've been exchanging dance partners. It has been a banger since the opening bell. But anyways, let's move on from the incredibly sad news about Stephen Bonner, 45 years old. So, at the end of the year, quite literally, I turned 45 years old. So to hear another man passing away at that age, I mean, it's so young, right? And if you even look at Stephen, if you look up who Stephen Bonner is, he does not, by any means at all, look like he's aging. So it's just a sad thing. And, you know, he's got family, and I think he's got children. I'd have to fact check that, but I'm almost positive he's got kids and a wife. So it's just really sad, you know? And again, he's my age, so it's just makes you think about things sometimes when you see things like that, right? My birthday is literally New Year's Eve. Yes, that's correct. How did you know that? Well, I guess I just said it was the end of the year, but yeah, I don't do much for my birthday. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not going to, but currently I don't even have a plan for a New Year's Eve stream or anything, a broadcast. I said it a few shows ago? Okay. Noted. Life pays attention. Oh no, she's on to me. But yeah, okay, so let's see what else is going on the dirt sheets that doesn't have anything to do with death. Would be good. So it looks like AEW Dynamite's got a new look. Looks like they're walking away from the gold and black look themselves. Gonna try and, I mean, the problem is what's been transpiring in that company isn't going to get solved by, you know, a new look. It's not going to work. They've got a lot of work to do to gain any credibility back in that company, if you ask me personally. But
You gotta be kidding me. Lining up reigns. Opportunities like this rarely open up.
yeah, so there's not a whole lot going on as far as dirt sheets go. Kind of boring, really. Here's something interesting. This is from ringsidenews.com. And it is Subajit Mukherjee. We've read many articles from Subajit before. And it says, The Undertaker didn't think The Rock would last long in WWE. Well, to be fair, I don't think many people did back then. Even knowing that you know, his father was the great Rocky Johnson. You know, his grandfather was High Chief Peter Maivia. His uncles were the Wild Samoa. All of that stuff, right? But, I mean, if you guys, for those of you that might remember or know of, you know, how it was when The Rock came in. He wasn't The Rock, obviously. He was Rocky Maivia. And he had a goofy hairstyle, a terrible attire. I mean, the look was just god-awful. I mean, it's unless you see it for yourself, it's hard to even describe because it's not something you would never catch him wearing something like that. Now it's just crazy. But he was, the thing is what I did notice back then was, aside from the goofy look, he was very, very talented, and I knew he had potential. I didn't know he had potential to explode and become the people's champion that he became, but I mean, I did know. But yeah, the whole Rocky Maivia thing, I mean, that could have easily killed his career before it got started. It was that pitiful. But so it says, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson remains one of the most popular pro wrestlers to have ever stepped foot inside the squared circle. The Rock has done it all as far as being a pro wrestler is concerned. He didn't have the beat of state in WWE, it seems The Undertaker didn't think The Rock would last after his WWE debut. Again, I can understand that because I didn't think so. I knew, because I watched wrestling, several times as Rocky Maivia before, he was eventually repackaged. But, yeah, I didn't think he was going to last long after that either because it was a ghastly debut. And it was a ghastly gimmick. But The Rock certainly did not have the best of start in WWE, as his Rocky Maivia character was hated by almost everybody, me included. To be fair, me included. The Rock eventually found his groove thanks to his electrifying persona and charisma. While speaking with Gary Vaynerchuk, The Undertaker talked about The Rock's WWE debut. The Phenom admitted that he thought The Rock would not last long following his debut. The Undertaker was quoted as saying he came into Madison Square Garden and they'd given him the name of Rocky Maivia. Oh my gosh, it was awful. I mean, they handcuffed him right out of the get-go, right? I mean, I remember watching him, and the Garden fans, they're merciless if they don't like what you're doing, and man, they just lit him up. I had no clue on how charismatic he was. I was like, such a shame he's not going to be here long. Once he got to the Nation of Domination, it completely flipped. By the time he was at the end of his run with them, I was like, he's going to be here a long time. You could just tell that he was destined to move on to better things. The Rock also refused to wear Muslim attire in WWE. We'll have to see whether The Rock will return to WWE by the time WrestleMania 39 takes place next year, as fans would love for it to happen. I'm trying to figure out why they felt it necessary to throw in there. The Rock also refused to wear Muslim attire in WWE. Now, where the fuck does that even fit into that conversation? I gotta be honest, I don't understand it. Literally, like, you heard what I was reading. I was reading quotes from The Undertaker about Rocky Maivia's character and what he thought, and then all of a sudden, right out of the blue, The Rock also refused to wear Muslim attire in WWE. I mean, what? Why? Why did that even come up? I'm so confused about that right now. That is crazy. Life is Great says, according to Wrestling.com, Travis Horn, last match, lost a singles match against Eric Redbeard on Monday Night Raw on December 23rd, 2019. So this, wait a minute, this Travis Horn wrestled on WWE programming? Are you serious? Like, can you, if you will you find that match on YouTube and post it in Discord, please?
A lot of tension being used. Submission locked in tight, nowhere to go, no escape. This could be the end.
Now I'm intrigued because now I don't, because I really can't picture him. But I mean, he's been on WWE. I mean, that is recent as hell. I don't know why I just can't picture him. And I haven't bothered to look him up here on the dashboard or anything either. I've just been going by what you've been saying. But Life is Great says, I will see if anyone has. Well, I would imagine YouTube would have something, maybe. Now, was he JT Energy in WWE, or was he Travis Horn in WWE? Because that'll probably make a difference when you're searching. Or maybe not. It might tag to both. I mean,
Was found under Travis Horn specifically.
Life says that was found under Travis Horn specifically. Okay. So he was Travis Horn in WWE. Okay, gotcha. All right, so that's interesting, but not surprising that even The Undertaker didn't think he was going to last too long. Now here's something. This comes from RingsideNews.com, and again it is Subberjeet Mukherjee, and again, this was written today. So it says, ex-WWE writer reveals how difficult it was speaking to Vince McMahon. I mean, it's funny because depending on who you talk to, they would tell you that it was easy to approach Vince McMahon. Others would tell you that it was, you know, terrifying. Some just plain flat out difficult. I don't know. It's one of those weird things, right? But anyways, it says Vince McMahon is a billionaire and has lived a life very different from most in more ways than one. In fact, there have been many crazy stories about him over the years, most of which end up being true. WWE writers had a hard time pitching ideas to McMahon as he would reject them at any given time. In fact, Jimmy Jacobs explained how difficult it was to talk to Vince McMahon. Jimmy Jacobs signed with WWE in 2015 as a writer. However, he was a few years later after taking a photo with members of the Bullet Club during their invasion for being the Elite. And while speaking with ad-free shows, Jacobs was asked about the hardest part of being a writer in WWE. Jacobs then detailed how difficult it was to talk to Vince McMahon. He said, and this is a quote, navigating Vince McMahon was the hardest part for sure. It's difficult. There's a certain way you have to talk to Vince, or what you say doesn't matter. That's difficult. There's a certain way you have to look for Vince to take you seriously. It's all those things that I didn't line up with. You have to keep it brief, but you have to explain everything. You have to make sure he pictures it right, but you have to be brief because he'll stop paying attention, or you'll lose him quickly. There's a certain art to it. Sir, based on what you were saying last week about trying to get more heat on our heels, I was wondering if right off the bat I'm attributing the idea to Vince. I'm saying I bring to you, and based off what you said, I was wondering, I'm not saying this is what we should do. Ed Koski used to say, I'm almost thinking, and I used to laugh, you're almost thinking? It would be too aggressive to actually think it. You have to almost think it. You have to paint the picture for it and do it. Concisely, if you start using pronouns, you'll get lost. And wow, look at that, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a brand new Archerverse World Champion. Just like that, the 8-man Elimination Royale is over. And folks, Team Krondos BR and Awesome Ted Cobb are going home with the gold for Christmas. So congratulations to Awesome Ted Cobb and to Team Krondos BR, World Champion for the very first time. And I would say at this point, not just a YTD Academy sensation, ladies and gentlemen, I think Ted Cobb has probably found himself a permanent home on Wrestle Wars. At least that's what I'd be thinking. But again, congratulations to Awesome Ted Cobb. Congratulations to Krondos BR. Huge win. Now carrying around that beautiful championship gold belt. Fantastic. All right. On to the main feature of the evening. Here we go.
Founded and posted.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the World Tag Team Championship Gold Rush Tournament, and look at the villainy here. We've got first and foremost the primetime players, the reigning, defending Archerverse World Tag Team Champions, putting their titles on the line. They're riding the pine until those that go to battle earn the right to fight the champions. But look at the villainy in the quarterfinals. My God, we got truth and consequences. The Hardcore Icon Tables and Darby Allin, and they are taking on the former double champions, Legacy, William Regal, Sir Lord William Stephen Regal, and MJF. They are Legacy. Second match of the quarterfinals, we have the winningest tag teams in history. Demolition Team The Turret Man and Team Complete Geek TV riding together again as they take on the Wolfpack. We've got Carino Sinister Farmer and, of course, Codex riding high together as they team up to take on the winningest tag team in Archiverse history and the longest reigning tag team champions in Archiverse history in Demolition. Third match, it is going to be a banger. Well, they're all going to be bangers, but check this out. Phenomenal Soul, multiple-time tag team champions, reigning defending YTD Academy tag team champions. The Soul Man, Jay Simmons from Team J Negative Gaming, and of course the Phenom, Joe Lincoln from Team Joe Link. Teaming up, they are Phenomenal Soul, and they are taking on one of the most destructive forces in pro wrestling today, weapons of mass destruction. We got BB King, the Samoan Lion, Big Bubba Bruno from Team Soul Embers, teaming up with the man called Drek from Team Dedrek. It is going to be one hell of a barn burner. And last but not least, these two teams are going to continue their feud right here in tonight's Gold Rush tournament. If you've been watching YTD Academy, if you paid attention to WCW Starrcade, the final Starrcade of 2022, you know that the Coalition and D-Generation-X have been beefing back and forth, and that's going to continue tonight as the Coalition takes on D-Generation-X in the quarterfinals. It is going to be smoking hot and a good time. But before I get there, a question. Does anybody want to open any betting lines? I did not ask the question for the tone-setting match of the night. But if you guys would like to start betting on some matches, we can make that happen. Let me know.
1.
Catch up on the chat here before I finish that article. And Joe Link in the house and opening up those betting lines. Thank you, Joe Link. Appreciate you. Okay, so I'll get a betting line open here in just one moment. I'm going to finish that article real quick before I do that and before we get this quarterfinals crack-a-lackin'. But as you can see, it is going to be one hell of an epic thrill ride en route to championship tag team gold. Christmas Eve at TAV is about to heat up. We are going to kick things into high gear, baby. It is going to be a good time. But let me go ahead and finish that article real quick before I get off on a rant about something else and then, you know me, forget to read it, switch to a different article. We don't actually finish, and you're sitting there wondering for the rest of the night, what in the hell is the rest of that article about? Alright, so it says it would be too aggressive to actually think it would have almost... Oh, wait a minute, I already read that. Hold on. Where was I? Okay. If you start using pronouns, he gets lost. If you read that. Okay, so fair enough. When you're talking about two different... he's when you say he, it can get confusing. This is worded terribly, by the way. It actually does say exactly what I just read, but if you don't do that, well, it's difficult to get Vince to take your ideas seriously. I remember pitching something to him one time, talking about Roman Reigns coming out here, and what about this? He looks at me, I give him my pitch, he turns to Ed and whispers something to Ed in Ed's ear, and we move on. I have no idea what happened or what was said. I get a message from Dave Kapoor, but an hour later, Vince thinks you dress too gimmicky. You should probably change your tie. I don't even know what to make of that, but anyways, Vince McMahon even wanted to fire a writer for entering his office without knocking. McMahon also appeared during Friday Night SmackDown this week. We'll have to see if McMahon will end up returning to WWE in a bigger role. Wait a minute. Vince McMahon appeared during Friday Night SmackDown this week? How did I miss that? I did not know that. I don't know how I missed that. Why was he on SmackDown? Did anybody else know that? Did anybody else watch SmackDown? Did y'all know that Vince McMahon made an appearance on SmackDown? I'm blasted by that. That is not good for business. Keep him off TV.
There was
like, what are they thinking?
Why didn't he see the beginning of SmackDown?
There was a rumor about it. I didn't see. But they need to stop that right now. I mean, things are good in WWE right now. They don't need the hassle of that. I know he's the founder, and he's the billionaire genius and the visionary that started everything, but that's not who he is anymore, and there's too many problems attached to him. They need to just stop it. Why are we still talking about this man, right? I know, let's move on. I agree. I agree. And that was the end of that article, by the way. So let me go ahead and I'll open up the betting lines. Give me a sec. Okay, let's see here. So it's Truth and Consequences or Legacy in the first match of the night. So, who moves on to the semifinals? Or semifinals?
What they need to do is induct him into the Hall of Fame so that can be his last appearance on TV.
Is it going to be Truth and Consequences? Or Legacy? 5 minutes to make your bets. Remember, this tournament is elimination matchups. So which one of the two teams do you believe are good enough to wipe out the other? It is not single fall wins at all. You got to eliminate both of your tag team opponents. And there we go. Betting lines are open. All right, so without further ado, let's get things crack-a-lacking with the first matchup of the evening.
I'm currently Googling.
We've got Darby Allin, the hardcore icon tables, Sir Lord, William Steven Regal, and MJF. It is Truth and Consequences versus Legacy. Quarterfinals, round one, matchup number one. Let's go. All right, and I'll see if there's anything else going on in the dirt sheets. Again, I don't think there's a whole lot of real interesting information in the dirt sheets, in which case I'll simply end up switching to one of the first lists of the evening for the Between the Ropes segment. Very quickly going to catch up on the chat here. See what I'm missing. What they need to do is induct him into the Hall of Fame so that he can be his last appearance on TV. That's probably a pretty good idea, actually. That is probably a pretty good idea.
Yo.
I think you might be onto something there. I think that's a good idea. If you want to involve him in any capacity, I know it's the end of the year, it's Christmas, founder, etc. Induct him into the Hall of Fame and be done with him. Soul Embers with that prime sub, 12 months in a row. Thank you very much for the sub, Soul Embers. Appreciate that. I appreciate anytime somebody goes that extra mile to spend money of their own wallets as a little extra thank you for the Archiverse. It's appreciated. Thank you for the shouting out, Soul Embers, Joe Link. Appreciate you.
This is gonna be good.
Life is Great says, according to TMZ, Hall of Famer Teddy Long is pushing for his return. I would be very okay with Teddy Long returning. I actually thought Teddy Long was a great GM, and I think, you know what, I don't know what all y'all think, but I would love to see, pushing for Vince's return, no, slap Teddy. That's a big fat no, slap Teddy Long. I mean, I thought if Teddy Long wants to return, because I always thought Teddy Long would be a great manager, especially if you could turn him heel. Teddy Long would be a great manager for the Street Profits, or for just Montez Ford, even. My opinion. All right, let's see what else is going on in the dirt sheets here. Again, I don't think really a whole lot.
At a combined weight of 466 pounds, Legacy.
The tag team division here has never been more competitive.
I heard something from about 8 hours ago.
Emphatic message each week.
And just going to catch up on the chat. I hear the chat going off. I do have the text-to-speech on, so I can hear even when I'm not paying attention. So I'm just going to check real quick here.
Joe Link, your numbers are 4, 3, 6. Good luck, Joe Link. There are some amazing...
To be fair, sometimes it's just Stream Elements fucking with me. In this case, it was Stream Elements, and of course that was because of Joe Link, and Life is Great. So I don't see anywhere where Vince actually made an appearance, but that's fine, I think. Yeah, well, I mean, that was just what I read. Again, I didn't hear anything about it, but again, I didn't see SmackDown yet. I haven't watched it yet, so I really don't know what happened. Sir Jack the Greatest says, the only reason I can see Vince pushing for a return is simply because he owns majority of the shares of the company. Even now, as far as I'm tracking. But yeah, he's likely going to be in the Hall of Fame when this stuff dies down, or he's just going to come back and take over again. No, he can't come back and take over again. That's just that would change too much. Change too much. If you want to put him in the Hall of Fame, fine. But I don't think he belongs in the company anymore. I personally don't think he belongs in that company anymore. He made an appearance in the John Cena hype video. That's what they're talking about. Oh, okay. But still, they need to keep Vince out of there. Right? And I even know, right, there's certain wrestlers that hold Vince still in very high regard and all that, but there's just too much that has happened, and too much good is happening with the WWE. I mean, involving Vince in any capacity is a step backwards. It's like slapping all your fans in the face saying, ha, we teased you with a better product, we're just going to go back to what we were doing. Life says, couldn't find any clips or anything. Everyone is freaking over Bray Wyatt and JT Energy. Yeah, I want to know more about this JT Energy guy. Seriously, I'm just not, for whatever reason, and he's even being trained by Seth Rollins, but I have no idea.
Being carried around with ease. Uh-oh. No! Lights out! Face first!
And according to Life, and what Life Googled, also been in the ring for WWE on Raw in 2019.
All right, sliding back in.
2 minutes long.
There they go.
2-minute long match. That's awesome. Did you post it on Discord?
Uh-oh. Arm breaker. Shoulders are down. 1, 2. No, he kicks at it.
So I'll have to check that out later.
That was close.
All right. So, anyways,
Oh man, you can see he is feeling it now.
this article here is by RingsideNews.com. And again, it's Subbergy Mukherjee. And it says WWE, and again, this is another article written today. It says WWE being extra cautious with Drew McIntyre's return. It says Drew McIntyre is currently one of the top superstars in WWE and has garnered a huge fan following thanks to his passion for the business. McIntyre is a legitimate workhorse in WWE and almost never misses out on in-ring action unless it is necessary. McIntyre has been out of action for a while, and now it seems WWE is being extra cautious with his return. Drew McIntyre previously announced that he would not be participating in the scheduled Tag Team Championship match on SmackDown on December 9th. This is because McIntyre is on the shelf due to injury. According to PW Insider, while Drew McIntyre might have been able to work the post-Christmas live event next week, officials are still being extra cautious with Drew McIntyre so that he is beyond 100%, ready to go when doctors do medically clear him. It was noted that there is no word on when McIntyre will be returning to the squared circle. It was said that he even wanted to compete before he was pulled, but officials made the decision to keep him off the shelf for his own good. That's supposed to say on the shelf, not off. Drew McIntyre was set to partner up with Kevin Owens, Sheamus, and Braun Strowman to face the Bloodline in an 8-man tag team matchup on Monday's MSG event. However, the main event was changed to Owens and Strowman versus the undisputed WWE Tag Team Champions. The Usos, we'll have to see when McIntyre will return to WWE. I mean, personally, I just hope they keep being extra cautious, make sure he's healthy, he's ready to go, he's not going to come back and re-sustain injury, because I'm a huge Drew McIntyre fan, always have been. I thought they pushed him way too soon when he first debuted as the chosen one back in the day, but, I mean, you know, he moved on, he went to Japan, he went to TNA, he really honed his craft, he did what he needed to do, he came back bigger, better, badder. I fucking love Drew McIntyre, so I hope they keep doing what they're doing. Like says, I don't know the other guy who was fighting either, but I wasn't watching in 2019. Sir Jack says, I agree with keeping Vince out. When you're talking about major stars or events like WrestleMania or something, a good amount of time, his name or image will be associated in some capacity. Yeah, unfortunately that's true, right? But I just think they need to do a better job of the separation there. They don't need the hassles of what that name brings to the table right now, you know what I mean? Alright, so that's pretty much all there is for the dirt sheets that I see. So we'll probably just get into the between the rope segment and start our list of the evening. I guess there's one more thing I'd like to touch base on before we do that. But first and foremost, the host with the most needs to drain the dragon. Bleed the bladder. Lobby that lizard. I will be right back because my bladder is screaming, and I've said it before. I'm not really the gambling type, so I don't own any of the pens, so I can't just slap those puppy on and say fuck it. Not to mention, I gotta imagine that'd be uncomfortable anyways. Not even looking forward to that in old age. So I'm just gonna go to the facilities. I will be right back. Life, Joe Link, and Cracking Skulls, and anybody else that is sitting around. I don't know, tell some jokes. Make sure they're funny or I'll have to ban you, and I'll be right back.
I don't like the look in his eye here, folks. From way up. Great wherewithal on the counter. Poised in the corner, across the ring, blockbuster. Can Regal recover from that? Cover! 2! Oh, he gets the shoulder up before 3. I thought for sure this thing was wrapped up. Well, stay in your seat. Looks like we've got a ways to go yet. And there needs to be a refocus now. That was the moment that could have ended things. A moment that's being replayed in their head. Oh, except time. That was amazing. Does he have a winning hold now? There's 2. Springboard misses the target.
The new jackpot number 40 chance to win a channel redemption of your choices. 069. The number to win a YTV championship matches. 0.
Kick! Nasty kick. Great reaction from Regal. Everyone is on their feet in this building. Absolutely showing the respect for all the exertion these athletes are putting each other through. He breaks it up, and we're still going. Here he goes for the win. Cover. 1, 2. Oh, he's still alive. I can't believe this whole arena's in shock. Yeah, but no one's more shocked than the man who thought he had a pinfall. And it's going to take composure now. Could just need one quick move. Here he comes off the tag. Great counter. Double underhook. Down with the powerbomb. He got whipped into that corner. Close quarters. Wicked knee. Brutality.
To see a complete list of champions from each respective brand, simply type
I have returned. I see they're still going at it strong in the ring. MJF and the Hardcore Icon tables going at it. All right, let's get to our... Well, first I'll catch up on the chat, see what I've missed out on. And then we'll get to our first list of the evening.
Look at this.
Let's see here. A cop knocked on my door last night. He said my dog was chasing a kid on her bike. I closed my door. My dog doesn't have a bike. Oh my God. That's right, Boo Life. That was ghastly. Joey says, who is Santa's favorite pop star? Answer, Beyond Slay. Oh, good God. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the ghastly jokes on this fine Christmas Eve episode of the Archerverse. The Gold Rush Tournament, you expect excellence in not just the professional wrestling that's on your sets at the moment, but from the quality of entertainment from both the guests, the mods, myself, of course, those of most. Of course, I'm not telling the ghastly jokes. It was one Joe Link, and life is great. They were left in charge. They were at the helm while I was, at the facilities, and I do apologize for the ghastly jokes. I mean, not what I expected while I was gone. Not what I expected. But yes, absolutely. Merry Christmas to everybody. Again, I hope Santa Claus is good to everybody. Hope everybody gets what they want. Have a good day. Some fam jam time. Some turkey dinner or whatever else you're going to have. Have a great day. It's going to be a fantastic day for everybody, I'm sure. All right, so let's get to our first list of the night. Oh, no. So first I was going to touch base on another article. And it was by ringsidenews.com. And it's another Subberjeet Mukherjee. It was written today. It says Ronda Rousey is furious over Raquel Rodriguez winning the gauntlet match on WWE SmackDown. Again, I haven't seen SmackDown, so I haven't seen that either. I do want to watch that, though. I'm super happy to see a gauntlet match brought back. The gauntlet matches were always awesome. I love gauntlet matches. But anyways, it says Ronda Rousey came back to WWE earlier this year and immediately put the whole locker room on notice. Eventually becoming a two-time SmackDown Women's Champion, her feud with Raquel Rodriguez continues to further intensify with every passing week. Gonzalez ended up winning the gauntlet match on SmackDown this weekend, has infuriated Ronda Rousey. This week's episode of Friday Night SmackDown featured a gauntlet match to determine the #1 contender for SmackDown Women's Champion Ronda Rousey. Despite competing in an arm brace, Raquel Rodriguez ended up winning the whole match, beating the likes of Liv Morgan and Sonya Deville. She won despite Rousey and Shayna Baszler's best efforts to cost her the match. And while speaking during an exclusive interview after SmackDown, Ronda Rousey made it clear that she thought Rodriguez's win was just wrong and was furious at the referee for counting too fast. She was quoted as saying, "My reaction, can I say that was complete and utter BS. The refs counts faster than I don't know what." Raquel Rodriguez will square off against Ronda Rousey for the SmackDown Women's Championship on December 30th, 2022 edition of SmackDown. We will have to wait and see whether Rodriguez will be able to beat Rousey for the title. So that's interesting. The rivalry between Raquel Rodriguez and Ronda Rousey intensifying and getting a little heated. It's 12:09 here. It is 12:11 here. But yes, it is Christmas. It is officially Christmas. So Merry Christmas to everybody. Christmas time. Oh, it looks like William Regal has been eliminated. Darby Allin is sending him home packing. We are down to Truth and Consequences versus MJF. Not looking good for MJF, as Truth and Consequences are in full control at the moment. And he is now lacking a tag team partner, not to mention. Oh! Missed the senton. Still a back and forth struggle for control of this match between Darby Allin and MJF. Nice move. A backsliding power slam. And Darby Allin is all over him. And he completely missed that. I have no idea what Darby Allin was doing there. Clearly his sense of direction is in need of a little work. Definitely in need of a little work. All right, let's see here. Sir Jack says, what surprise superstars do we want to see in the men's and women's Royal Rumble? Joe Link says probably Cody Rhodes. Well, definitely Cody Rhodes. You know? I don't know if he'll come in last, or you know, it would be cool actually to see him actually be the competitor that has to start the night off and pull a Ric Flair and just go all the way through and win. After everything that transpired, that'd be an added cool element to the story, I think. But yeah, I agree with Joe Link. Cody Rhodes for sure, probably. Who knows? Maybe Sasha Banks. Maybe all the news about potential AEW talks and New Japan Pro Wrestling talks, maybe it was all just to throw us off of the fact that she's going to be a surprise entrant in the Women's Royal Rumble match. Who knows? All right, so anyways, to my first list of the evening. This is by the Sportster, and it was by Lizzie Flanagan. And it is the 13 best WWE tag teams ever, according to Ranker. So it says these WWE tag teams are considered the best of all time, at least according to Ranker, but everyone might not agree. Tag team wrestling has had more than its fair share of ups and downs in the history of sports entertainment. Sometimes WWE treats tag team wrestling as a side act, as though it's just an appetizer before the main course. Other times, it uses tag teams to find the next big thing, with Shawn Michaels, Bret Hart, and Roman Reigns as great examples. And look at this, MJF with the Hardcore Icon tables in trouble here. A modified Fujiwara armbar, he tapped him out. Wow! What a comeback for the Legacy, ladies and gentlemen. All by himself, MJF Maxwell Jacob Friedman has just defeated Truth and Consequences all by himself. Took out Darby Allin and then took out the Hardcore Icon tables. So the winners of the match, and moving on to the semifinals of this tournament, the Hardcore Icon tables and Darby Allin, MJF and William Regal, Sir Lord William Stephen Regal, they are Legacy.
An emphatic victory for your winners.
That is crazy. Look at the gash over the eye of William Regal. Wow, big win for Legacy. No, I didn't see that one coming either. Did not. Sir Jack the Greatest added to the Cody Rhodes scenario. He said, Boogeyman, Bubba Ray Dudley. Really? You think Bubba Ray Dudley's going to make a surprise entrance? Undertaker, Kane, Victoria, Nikki Bella, Layla, Candice Michelle, Caitlyn, Kairi Sane are people I want to see. That's an interesting list of people. I like that, Sir Jack. I think that is a great list of people there. I applaud you for the answer. Yes, applause, please, for Sir Jack. Blake says, wow, didn't see that one coming. No kidding. I definitely did not think that MJF was going to pull that off. It was down to both members of Truth and Consequences. And just MJF, I thought he was toast. And he makes the comeback of a lifetime and moves Legacy right into the semifinals. And I'll take a quick moment here and issue the payout for that. Just give me a moment. All right, so the winners of the match were Legacy. So we got 1,000 Archerverse bucks being distributed. And I'll get the betting lines ready for the next match of the evening. And here we go, second match of the quarterfinals. Who's going to move on to face Legacy? We got Demolition and the Wolfpack. Team The Turret Man and Team Complete Geek TV taking on Team Froggy Moth Legs and Team Cornhusk Show. Codex and Carino, Sinister Farmer, one of the most feared men in the business. But Demolition, one of the winningest teams in Archiver's history. They're the longest reigning tag team champions in Archiver's history. 7-time World Tag Team Champions is Demolition. It is going to be a hell of a banger. What do you guys think? Who moves on to face Legacy? Demolition or the Wolfpack? That's what you have to choose. Those are your options. So let me get that betting line open. Again, who moves on to face Legacy? Is it going to be Demolition or the Wolfpack? It's the Wolfpack Wrestle Wars, of course, to be exact. Needless, neither here nor there. They are the Wolfpack.
Superstar.
5 minutes to make your bets.
Great is Ric Flair.
And there you go. Betting lines are open. Yo, Mr. T is in the house. Good to see you, Mr. T. Welcome in. Welcome to episode number 430. Just in time to see your boys in action. Fantastic. Taking on Codex and Carino Sinister Farmer. The Wolfpack. It's going to be a great match.
The Turret Man, a.k.a.
Life is Great is Ric Flair today. Actually, haven't seen who I am today. 844 unlucky, 511 unlucky.
Wood.
All right, so. And people already firing off on those bag lines. Get your bets in. You got lots of time to make your bets. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Demolition versus the Wolfpack. Who moves on to face Legacy in the semifinals? We're going to find out. Let's go. The 7-time World Tag Team Champions taking on one of the most destructive forces in pro wrestling tag team history, the Wolfpack. Of course, chasing their heels these days, the weapons of mass destruction. They are recruiting talent all over the globe.
You look left, you look right.
And very successful invaders, of course. From Team Dogface straight out of the doghouse.
It's Drek. The Turretman, I hope
between weapons of mass destruction.
Merry Christmas, friend.
And the Wolfpack, they're eating up the roster and collecting talent at a scary rate. It is absolutely crazy. Deadrek, what's going on, Deadrek? Merry Christmas, Deadrek. You look left, you look right. Bam, fat guy coming down your chimney. It's not Santa, it's not his reindeer, it's Drek. Life is Grace's turn, man. I hope you're doing well. Merry Christmas. And Dedrick says, thank you, Joling. Thank you for the shout-outs. Appreciate that. By the way, Mr. T has his own personal shout-out, so I'll just remind everybody what that is. I believe it's exclamation point T.
They are ready for
there we go.
Is one of the kindest, most humble and yet
all right, here we go. Demolition making their way to the squared circle. Again, one of the winningest teams in Archiver's history, and they are 7-time World Tag Team Champions and the longest reigning Tag Team Champions in Archiver's history. All right, back to my list.
The following contest is a Tag Team Championship first round match on the way to the ring. At a combined weight of
so the tag teams on this list, though, prove the tag team wrestling can absolutely be a draw and can steal the show from the singles competitors. This list comes from Ranker, voted by fans. The order on Ranker might have changed since it was posted, but this is the order as it was at the time of the writing. With that aside, let's get into it. So number 13 on this list, and again, for those just tuning in, this list is by the Sportster, Lizzie Flanagan. It is the 13 best WWE tag teams ever, according to Ranker. So number 13 on this list. Yo, MHW, what's going on? Welcome into the show. Welcome to episode number 430, our year-end Gold Rush tournament. What's going on? Merry Christmas. Thanks for coming in. Episode number 430 is crack-a-lackin' tonight. It is absolutely great to see everybody. Again, when I first scheduled this broadcast for the evening, I didn't expect much of an audience because it is Christmas Eve. People do have things to do. But I was going to get this show on the go and make sure everybody had a Christmas downtime VOD to watch for tomorrow. But everybody stopping by. Merry Christmas, everybody. You guys are the reason the Archivers has been so successful over 2022, both here on Twitch and over on YouTube. And in 2023, we will monetize on YouTube. And that's all because of you guys' unwavering support, your ideas, your wrestlers, your storylines. You guys have made this such a fun place to be over the course of 2022. You know, we always say we are the late night place to be, the most must-see show on Twitch TV, and we're the very best in fantasy wrestling excellence, bar none, period. But we also have the very best community on Twitch TV, bar none, period. You guys are awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you throughout the course of the year. You guys have subscribed to the channel. You have dropped little tiny beautiful gems all over the floor and made a disgusting twinkling mess. And I appreciate all of that. 2022 was absolutely epic for the Archivers. The growth, the amount of new people and great community members, the matches. I mean, it's been epic. An absolutely great year, and thanks to all of you. So, appreciate all of you. All right, so again, number 13 on this list is the Rockers. So the Rockers were exciting for only a short time in WWE before the company saw the value of Shawn Michaels and, of course, broke up the team and sent Shawn on his journey to the World Championship. Now, while they never won a tag team title in WWE, fans still recognize the talent and excitement they brought to the ring every time they stepped into it. Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty won titles together, just not in WWE. They were former AWA World Tag Team Champions before signing with the WWE, and actually won the WWE Tag Team titles from the Hart Foundation, although the company reversed the decision and erased it from the records. Only Shawn saw further success after their breakup, though, as he is a multi-time WWE Hall of Fame star. Number 12 on the list, the New Age Outlaws. So the New Age Outlaws had a fun run as a tag team, but things blew up for them when they joined DGenerationX. Road Dogg Jesse James was mostly a side act with Jeff Jarrett when he came up in WWE, while Billy Gunn was already a tag team specialist in the Smoking Guns. And to this day, I used to love watching the Smoking Guns. Billy and Bart Guy, they were phenomenal. It was a great tag team. Both wrestlers took it to a new level together. DX helped them fight dirty in their feud with Mick Foley and Terry Funk, and they signed on and remained loyal members for years. The duo held the WWE Tag Team title 6 times and went into the WWE Hall of Fame with DGenerationX. Number 11 on this list, the Steiner Brothers. So in the 1990s, many considered Rick and Scott Steiner the greatest tag team in the entire world, and to be fair, they probably were. They were awesome. If you guys haven't had the privilege to watch the Steiner Brothers at their absolute best, they were phenomenal. If you're a fan of Big Papa Pump Scott Steiner specifically even, or the Dog-Faced Gremlin, but Big Papa Pump used to actually wrestle. Like, I mean, when he became Big Papa Pump, he became more of like a Stone Cold Steve Austin type character. He was a brawler, a brute, he was a powerhouse. But the man is one of the best wrestlers that have actually ever graced the ring and was phenomenal. But in the 1990s, many considered Rick and Scott Steiner the greatest tag team in the entire world. Rick was a tag team star before his brother joined WCW. And then the two formed a dominant team with Rick the Brawler and Scott the Athletic one. Which is funny because years later, I mean, Big Papa Pump obviously became the Brawler, right? And at the same time, Rick Steiner, although always a bit of a brawler, he became more of the technical guy. But the Steiner brothers won the NWA Tag Team Championship and then proved themselves in Japan by winning the IWGP Tag Team Championship. They went to WWE and won the tag titles there, and then returned to WCW and won more tag titles there. By the time they broke up, the Steiner brothers won 11 World Tag Team titles and are now in the WWE Hall of Fame. Number 10 on this list, and to be fair, they probably deserve to be much higher on this list, but anyways, it is what it is. We'll see who else is on this great list. There are a lot of great tag teams. It's just really hard for me not to look at this one tag team and think, why aren't they higher, especially at the moment. But number 10 on this list is the Usos. And I'm just going to catch up with the chat real quick before I go on with the list. But again, it is the Usos.
No disqualifications has to benefit a certain type of superstar more than others, doesn't it, Corey?
Let's see here. Kurt Leedy back in the house. Golden Gamer says, how have you been, Archer? I've been awesome. How you been, Golden Gamer? How was your Christmas Eve? Kurt Leedy says, Mr. T, I missed you, my friend. I would like to flick your nipples. Very interesting, Curleedy. Mr. Jack the Greatest. Oh, you want the Discord? Just a minute.
Pretty good since watching you. Discord.
There we go. Oh, Life got the Discord link there for you, and I got it for you as well. That's double Discord link for you. Mr. T says, it has been so long. I hope you're doing well and enjoying the holidays. Mr. Jack the Greatest is giving everybody the middle finger. There's now I ain't saying nothing about Turi's nipples. You fiend. How dare you call me a fiend? That is gaslight. Alright, so number 10 on this list, and again, these should be higher, but it's the Usos. So it says the Usos are arguably the best tag team in WWE today. For years, most fans consider the New Day as being the best tag team in WWE over the last decade, and Ranker fans still rank them higher. However, well, I guess they just basically told us that the New Day is now going to be higher than the Usos on this list. Thanks for that. But anyways. However, while New Day is mostly a fun comedy act now, it is Jimmy and Jey Uso who hold the fort as the most dominant tag team in WWE. Members of the Samoan Dynasty, the Usos are this generation's version of the Wild Samoans, or Samoan SWAT team. But they are more talented in the ring than even those legends, and I've been saying that for so long. It drives me crazy because even Jim Cornette and a couple other people went on the record as saying that they weren't as successful as their predecessors, and I beg to differ. They've done far more than their predecessors. Their predecessors were amazing, don't get me wrong, and they went on to have great singles careers as well, but the Usos, not only have they done more already, but I mean, they're also far better wrestlers. You know, sure, they weren't as big, like as far as, you know, the Wild Samoans, Rikishi. I mean, they were big people. They were larger than life, big people. The Usos aren't small people, but they're in shape, right? They're shredded, they're fit, and that sort of separates them from their predecessors. But they are better than their predecessors. I'm sorry, it's crazy. So I agree with that statement wholeheartedly. Anyways, members of the Samoan Dynasty, the Usos are this general. We already read that. The Usos are 8-time WWE Tag Team Champions and are getting better by the year. And I also agree with that statement as well. Number 9 on the list, the British Bulldogs. So the Dynamite Kid and Davey Boy Smith were two hard-nosed athletes who fought with absolute grit. Every time they entered the ring, they had a blue-collar persona inspired by their upbringing in industrial England. The two trained in the famous Hart Dynasty dungeon, classifying them among some of the most elite pro wrestlers in the sport's history. Besides being fanatic athletes, their bulldog mascot Matilda was always a joy for the kids in the audience to see. Their wrestling and their presentation made them fan favorites in their time and have kept them there today. Number 8 on this list is the Hart Foundation. So, before fans knew Bret the Hitman Hart as the best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be, he was a tag team specialist alongside his brother-in-law, Jim the Anvil Neidhart, which is, of course, Natalia Neidhart's father. The late, great Jim the Anvil Neidhart. The two were tremendously adept in the ring and balanced each other out very well. Bret's technical style complemented Neidhart's powerhouse strength. Together, they earned the respect of their rivals and fans and proved that wrestling prowess in the family. Man, that was a short little description of the Hart Foundation. That was literally the end of that there. But I mean, what else is there to say? The Hart Foundation, easily one of the best tag teams ever. So, deservingly being on the list, for that matter. Number 7 on this list is the Brothers of Destruction. So it says, what's scarier than a monster? Two monsters. Though The Undertaker and Kane have quite the aggressive sibling rivalry, they make an incredibly powerful duo when they put their differences aside. The two are already both feared and revered on their own, so as a tag team, they struck absolute terror into their opponents' minds. Kane and Undertaker are more well known for their singles feuds, and it was often that we saw the Brothers of Destruction team up. However, both, I was supposed to say wasn't often, not was often. However, both are so immensely popular that their infrequent tag team competition doesn't stop them from being a fan favorite. But I absolutely think that the Brothers of Destruction definitely deserve. I mean, they haven't held the tag title, say, as nearly as long as some teams have, and some other teams that are already on this list and probably are going to be on this list. But, you know, because they were so dominant and because they were feared and revered, I mean, it easily makes them a top tag team and really faction, because they had the Ministry of Darkness, etc. So, definitely deserving of being on the list, I would say.
How much is it worth? How much is it worth to continue through the agony? It's obviously worth everything. Obviously worth every drop of sweat.
Turtman says Canadian Archer is just speaking his own thoughts. How dare you, Mr. T? That is ghastly. Archer, my nipples are not for you, sir. No matter how many championships you offer. That is not what you said in the message you sent me earlier, discussing the fact that if Johnny Braddock and Adam Colossus do very well in this tournament tonight, that you'd consider streaming wearing your wife's lingerie and playing the violin on your own nipples. I mean, I'd be very excited for that. I'm excited, so I'm really hoping Demolition does actually do well tonight. I hope they defeat the Wolfpack, although a very tough challenge. I mean, it's a tall ladder to climb. They're formidable superstars. Carino Sinister Farmer and Codex. But anyways, I mean, I'd be very excited for that. So yeah. I mean, enough of the lies. Don't be lying, Mr. T. We all know how you really feel. How old is this list? How old is this list? Let me just check real quick.
Out on the apron. Oh, this is going to be bad. This is going to be really bad. Nasty. The hardest part of the ring.
This list was updated July 11th of 2022. I mean, it's pretty relevant to what's. I mean, they're not wrong so far with most of the tag teams they're listing. Maybe the order a little bit weird, but number 6 on this list, and I think everybody will agree they certainly deserve to be on the list, is Edge and Christian. Now, Edge and Christian are two lifelong best friends from Toronto, Canada. I actually think they're cousins, to be fair, but the two are very decorated as tag team with 7 World Tag Team Championship reigns under their belts. Besides their championship success, the two are most known for their success in ladder matches. They captured their first championship in a ladder match against the Hardys at WrestleMania 2000 and defeated both the Hardys and the Dudleys in the first ever TLC match at SummerSlam. The rematch between the three of them at WrestleMania 17, which Edge and Christian also won, remains widely recognized as one of the best tag team matches in WWE history. Whether you love to hate them or just love them, fans have to admit Edge and Christian were two of the best of their generation. I really don't think anybody would really argue that statement, to be fair. Yeah, I think Adam Colossus might have been eliminated from this matchup. I looked up for a moment there. I'm pretty sure that it is down to just Codex, Carino Sinister Farmer, and Johnny Braddock. So Johnny Braddock in a whole heap of trouble here. Not looking good for Demolition. But to be fair, look what MJF was able to do. Look what MJF was able to do. It was down to MJF versus Truth and Consequences. And he somehow dug down deep, pulled it off, defeated both Darby Allin and the Hardcore Icon tables to move Legacy into the semifinals. I mean, it was crazy. I mean, that very same thing could happen, right? But it is not going to. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all. Carino Sinister Farmer has put Johnny Braddock to bed. It is nighty-night time for Johnny Braddock. Going home for a little Christmas Eve festivities. Hopefully it enriches his evening, and I hope he has a great Christmas tomorrow, because he is not moving on in this tournament. Neither is Adam Colossus. Demolition have been eliminated. So ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match and moving on to face Legacy in the semifinals from Team of Froggy Mothlegs and Team Cornhusk Show, Codex and Carino Sinister Farmer. They are the Wolfpack Russell Wars, and they are your victors and moving on in this Gold Rush tournament to face Legacy. Fantastic. I'll go ahead and issue the payout for the match. So give me a moment while I do that. You know, everybody's figuring out which superstar they are for the night. I haven't done that yet tonight. I should probably do that. All right, give me a moment here.
Snore. Featured menu smell. So Snowhawk 6-4. Together we will grow strong and our communities will remain strong.
All right.
Our constant support for
so the winners of the match, the Wolfpack. 5,000 Archerverse bucks being distributed right now. And I'll get the betting lines open for the next match of the night, the third match of this quarterfinals. All right, here we go. Third match of the quarterfinals. It is Phenomenal Soul, the Soul Man Jay Simmons from Team J Negative Gaming, and the Phenom Joe Lincoln from Team Joe Link, taking on Big Bubba Bruno from Team Soul Embers and the man called Drek from Team Dead Drek. They are the weapons of mass destruction. And who do you guys think are moving on to the semifinals of this tournament? That is the question you have to answer. And I'm going to get the betting lines open right now for you so you can start gambling away, you bunch of fiends. All right, so who moves on to the semifinals? Is it going to be the reigning defending undisputed YTD Academy Grand Prix Wrestling Tag Team Champions, Phenomenal Soul, or former World Tag Team Champions, straight out of the doghouse, representing Team Dogface from Team Soul Embers, Team Deadrek, weapons of mass destruction even. 5 minutes to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are not open.
Want to become someone else for the day?
Now they are.
Type superstar and become a different superstar each day you visit.
All right, there we go. Betting lines are open, and ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Phenomenal Soul versus the Weapons of Mass Destruction. Who moves on to the semifinals? We're going to find out. Let's go. It is showtime and go time.
Snorhawk 6-4.
All right. Let's see here. Golden Gamer says, hey, the referral is her. The referral. I'm confused. All right, I'm going to find out which superstar I am of the day as well.
Superstar.
Today I am Big E. Well, that is, you know, not who I would like to have been, but it is far better than Ruby Soho, Ronda Rousey, Becky Lynch, and anybody else I normally get. So I'm satisfied with it. I am Big E today, ladies and gentlemen. Snorhawk 64. Welcome in, my friend. Merry Christmas. Hope you're enjoying your time off from the Air Force, and as always, we're going to thank you for your service. Hope you enjoy your time off. Hope you have a great Christmas. Hope Santa is good to Snorhawk 64. We all saw the return of Carlos Hawkins in just a few short moons ago, and then whammo! Lands himself right in the middle of one of the greatest factions in the history of pro wrestling. He is now a member of the Coalition, and they are ready to do very bad things. Very bad things. And not only that, they are picking up a fourth member, if anybody's been paying attention. I mean, at least that's how it seems. It does, I mean, this is an assumption, but it appears as though the very successful, by the way, newcomer, the man that debuted and a big win over Dolph Ziggler in his debut match, Rock Roberts from Team Rock Roberts. Looks like he's probably going to be joining the Coalition as well. 292, unlucky. Don't forget, Mr. T, you can play more than once. There's 2 sets of numbers. All right, here we go. Let's get back to the list.
Take a look at the talent in competition here.
So number 5 on this list is the Dudley Boys. So it says Bubba Ray and Devon, known together as the Dudley Boys, were 2 of the hardest hitting athletes of their time. The 2 made a name for themselves in ECW and later delivered classics against duos like the Hardy Boys and Edge and Christian. The team started as a tongue-in-cheek joke, with Bubba being Caucasian and Devon being black, but the pair insisting they were brothers. However, their aggression in the ring was no laughing matter and is largely why the Dudley Boys remain a fan favorite tag team to this very day. Number 4, DGenerationX. So Shawn Michaels and Triple H are 2 real-life best friends who brought their backstage relationship into the ring. Together they are both crude and chaotic. Their childish sense of humor and the pranks they pulled on Mr. McMahon became cornerstones of the Attitude Era. Given their antics and their in-ring talent, it's no wonder that DGenerationX made it so high up on the list. The 2 reunited in 2006, picked up right where they left off, tormenting their opponents and their boss just as much as they used to. Though they only had 1 tag team title reign in 2009, Michaels and Triple H's creation is undoubtedly one of the most influential tag teams in WWE history. Number 3 on this list of 13 greatest tag teams, the Hardy Boys. So Daredevil's tag team pioneers and fashion icons, the Hardy Boys are one of the most iconic tag teams of all time in any company. And I don't disagree with that, by the way. Jeff and his older brother Matt are outstanding and had outstanding success in the WWE as a tag team and as singles competitors, mostly because of their reckless in-ring style that wowed audiences across the globe. Given the influence that the Hardy Boys had on tag team wrestling and their iconic sense of style, particularly Jeff's, the two brothers are understandably near the top of the list of the WWE's best tag teams. I mean, I'm not saying they shouldn't be considered one of the best tag teams. Whether or not I think they should be that high on the list, I don't know. You know, again, you had other teams like the Bulldogs down further on the list. I mean, pretty solid list, though. I'm not complaining about the list a whole lot. I'm not going to go on a rant complaining about the list. It's not terrible. Maybe some changes. As far as order goes, I don't know, maybe even take some tag teams out and put some in. Number 2, though, on this list is Legion of Doom, a.k.a. the Road Warriors. Hawk and Animal, also known as the Road Warriors, are without a doubt one of the most dominant tag teams in pro wrestling history. The two made their WWE debut in 1990 and became World Tag Team Champions by the next year. With this win, Hawk and Animal became the only tag team in history to win the tag team titles in AWA, NWA, and WWE. The pair was widely popular at their peak, and evidently their popularity continues to this day. And number 1, last but not least on this list of 13 best tag teams in history, The New Day. The trio of Big E, Xavier Woods, and Kofi Kingston have been the most consistently popular act in WWE for the better part of the last decade. Besides being fan favorites, they're also most decorated WWE tag team currently wrestling. They've won the Raw Tag Team Championship 4 times and the SmackDown Tag Team Championship 7 times, for a total of 11 times as tag team champions. No matter where they go, the New Day brings an endless amount of smiles. It's no wonder that they've made their way to the top of the list. So again, this was a list by the Sportster, and it was the 13 best WWE tag teams ever according to Ranker. Number 13 was the Rockers. Number 12, the New Age Outlaws. Number 11, the Steiner Brothers. Number 10, the Usos. Number 9 was the British Bulldogs. Number 8 was the Hart Foundation. Number 7, the Brothers of Destruction. Number 6, Edge and Christian. Number 5, the Dudley Boys. Number 4, D-Generation X. Number 3, the Hardy Boys. Number 2, Legion of Doom, a.k.a. the Road Warriors. And number 1, the New Day. So, I mean, overall, not a terrible list. I mean, again, there's some teams I'd probably have on there in place of others. In other cases, I might have the order just a little bit differently. But, I mean, where's the 4 Horsemen? Although I said WWE, and I know they were WCW and AWA and NWA. But, I mean, the WWE owns the NWA, owns WCW, you know. Or at least the NWA of that era. But yeah, I don't know. Yo, Austin! What's going on, Austin? Welcome in to episode number 430, our year-end Gold Rush tournament. And we are 3 matches deep into the quarterfinals of this Gold Rush tournament for the Archerverse World Tag Team Championships. You got Phenomenal Soul taking on the Weapons of Mass Destruction. But what's new and exciting, Austin? How was your day? How was your Christmas Eve? Hopefully Santa's getting ready to be good to everybody in the household. Jay Simmons really taking it to Big Bubba Bruno here. Bruno looking for a tag, though. In comes Drek. Many call him the new icon of today. quite the compliment considering the icon, normally referred to as, the man called Sting. We do have a hardcore icon in tables.
Mounted with punches and nasty stop to finish it off.
But weapons of mass destruction looking good here. The phenomenal Joe Lincoln just barely getting back to his feet. Direct with that quick pin attempt here. The Soul Man kicks out.
No way. I refuse to believe that wasn't 3.
Comes in off the tag.
So yeah, that was a great list, but again, there's wrestlers I would have had on that list that just weren't there. And others, it just would have been a slight change of order.
What's coming here? Submission move being applied. Tap out. Do it now. Live to fight another day.
Austin says, good, gonna put out the Santa gifts here in a minute, and stockings as well. Kids are gonna love tomorrow. That is fantastic to hear, Austin. We're glad that you're gonna have such a great Christmas and that your children are gonna be blessed, feel loved, and have a great time tomorrow. That is fantastic to hear. Absolutely fantastic.
What is this superstar looking for? Legs are great by now. The arms are
All right. So I do have another list, and we're going to get to that in just a few moments. But because I am the only person on the broadcast right now, and who knows, I might be the only person on the broadcast for the rest of the night. I might be flying solo. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen from time to time. I do need a beverage. My throat's getting a little dry, so I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to go grab myself a beverage while this match continues between Phenomenal Soul and the Weapons of Mass Destruction. So if Joe Lake, if you can muster up some good jokes this time, life is great. You do the same. Anybody else that wants to pitch in and entertain one another, you're a fantastic community. You guys can entertain each other while I go and grab myself a beverage, quite likely a coffee to be exact. That hot liquid beverage that quenches thirst. I'm excited. So I'll be right back. Enjoy the match. Enjoy the entertainment in the chat room. And I shouldn't be too long. Of course, I'll be paying attention, so if there's a sudden, if the match ends and we have to move on in the tournament, I'll, of course, pause what I'm doing, come and take care of business, so fear not there. I won't leave you hanging, folks. I will not. Who the hell just booed me? Where's Froggy Mothlegs? How dare you boo me? I'm thirsty. I need a beverage.
an agile escape.
I feel like Froggy has to be lurking. That or it was Glenola. Either way, how dare you? That's not funny. That is not funny. Who's doing that? Glenola, are you here? You're not funny, Glenola. Froggy Mothlegs, if it's you, you are not funny either. That is not. Stop it. Stop it right now. That is not okay. Do not boo the host with the most. I said do not boo. I did not say continue to boo. Somebody ban Glenola and Froggy Mothlegs, please. I know it's them. It's got to be them. But anyways, I will be... Really? Are you quite done now? Glenola or Froggy, whichever one of you it is. Are we done now? I don't know why I asked. I don't know why I ask questions sometimes. I should just learn to roll with the flow. All right, I will be right back. That is not funny. We got some comedians lurking in the house tonight. We got ourselves some comedians, or a comedian. Who knows? It could be the two in cahoots. But I'm thinking it is Froggy or Glenola. But anyways, I'll be right back. Not funny. That is not funny. Stop it. BRB. Haha, very funny. I'm still here. I mean, I can still hear you, Glenola or Froggy. That is not funny. And please, nobody entertain their villainy. They are not amusing. They are not entertaining. What they are is villains. I'll be right back.
full control here. Face full of turnbuckle.
Saw that one coming, took advantage.
Scary pattern start to form as that upper area takes more damage. Into the corner. This can't be good. Oh, just in case the first few didn't hurt, there's another. Tag made. Oh, right to the... Oh, nasty impact, and there's a submission.
Oh, no. His partner's got to be thankful for that. What a save, Corey.
That's what a partner's for.
Will it be? What a kick out.
Incredible to think, after everything we've witnessed, we are still at a stalemate. I can see up to the rafters, and there's not a single person sitting down.
What an environment this is. All eyes are glued on this battle. He slides back into the ring. He turns it around. And this might not have a pleasant ending.
Targeting the throat there. Here's the pump handle. Suplex.
Launched. He gets tagged in. And tagged. He's in now.
Finally.
Sent right out of the ring. God, that looked devastating. Snapmare.
Hope everyone has Christmas Day amazing.
Rolling neck snap.
Big punch finds its mark.
And able to counter. He knows how to avoid contact. And out of the ring he goes.
Re-enters under the ropes. Measuring it up one more time.
Lands face first.
The end is in view.
Is it enough? The cover. Oh, kick out at two.
He refuses to stay down. Pure instinct.
Will that be the last opportunity? Is there still enough left in these men? Tag made. Well, that's one way to leave the ring, I suppose. He's got the answer for that one.
What did you get if you
Stirring
get
back
a
to
few
his
from the
feet,
Christmas
but he
tree
might
with an
not know
icon?
where he is. What a counter. Oh, driving the elbow. And now he's looking to lock in this submission. There it is.
Will this match end on a submission, on a tap out?
In this much pain, even an iron will might not be strong enough.
Answer pineapple.
Great use of power to escape.
He gets sent down to the floor. He's in, under the ropes.
Provides since then.
There's Alaskan, and is he going to tap? Is he going to tap out?
He's trying to hold on, but for how long?
And he chooses to let go. Here he goes for the win.
Then he closes it out.
A competitor has been eliminated. He's in off the tag.
Well shit.
Setting up. Way up there. Pull up a big move.
No, he beats the count.
I do not know how you survive that. Staying alive there is unheard of.
Just dished out his most devastating offense, and you gotta be wondering if he's thinking one more time will be the charm.
Look at this.
Oh, just completely off target there.
Now, that was a harebrained idea to try that.
Was trying to find a way to attack, but completely wiped out.
He's returning fire.
Wrenching the arm.
DDT for the
Just
win.
about there.
1, 2, 3.
And the elimination. The last team standing.
Yet.
Always interesting to see what kind of matchups we get in tournament action, as that match demonstrated.
Verde.
I have returned prematurely. Still waiting for the coffee at the concession stands. Man, oh man, 2022. Why does it still take so long for a coffee to be made? It really is quite ghastly. But ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match, and moving on to the semifinals of this tournament, from Team Joe Link and Team J Negative Gaming. They are one of the most formidable tag teams in pro wrestling today. The Phenom, Joe Lincoln. The Soul Man, Jay Simmons. They are phenomenal soul. And they are moving on in this tournament. Fantastic. Congratulations to Team Joe Link and to Team J Negative Gaming. Absolutely fantastic. All right, so I'll get the payout issued for that match. Give me a moment. While I take care of that order of business.
You are following the very best in fantasy wrestling excellence, bar none, period. Welcome to the
Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Owl Edits. How you doing, Owl Edits? Welcome into episode number 430. This is actually our year-end Gold Rush tournament. We had a year-end Wrestle Wars. We had a year-end Starrcade tonight. It is all about the tournament, baby. It is for the Archivers World Tag Team Championship, as you can see, and it has been one hell, no pun intended, of a phenomenal Gold Rush tournament thus far. Phenomenal Soul just took out Weapons of Mass Destruction, one of the most destructive forces in pro wrestling tag team history. But look at this semifinal shaping up here. We are not into the semifinals yet, but look at that. Legacy versus the Wolfpack and Phenomenal Soul awaiting opponents. And their opponents are going to be either D-Generation X or the Coalition. Those two have had one hell of a rivalry over the past couple of weeks. They are going to continue that rivalry. It is going to be a slobber knocker. Do not expect a wrestling match. This is going to be a fight, a battle, a war. But who do you guys think is moving on to the semifinals to face Phenomenal Soul?
Jackpot number for a chance to win a channel.
And there we go. Payout has been issued. 4,510 Archivers bucks have been issued.
Championship matches 0.
All right. Again, who moves on to face Phenomenal Soul? And by the way, Owlette, it's Merry Christmas. And welcome to the Fam Jam. Thank you very, very much for that follow. Can somebody drop the YouTube link? If anybody here is not already following the Archiverse on YouTube, that is the home of YTD Academy, both dark matches and the live show, which will resume, of course. I mean, we're still doing dark matches, but the live shows will resume in the new year when we start our regular season action with Wrestle Wars and Starrcade. But we are at just about 400 subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. 2023, we are going to monetize on YouTube. So if you aren't already following the Archiverse on YouTube, please take a few seconds. Subscriptions are free. Jump on over to the Shark Tank and smash that subscribe button. That way when the Archiverse goes live or uploads those dark matches for a little midweek action, you guys are notified and can enjoy the channel in its entirety for all it is worth. But here we go. Betting line being opened. Who moves on to face Phenomenal Soul? Is it going to be the Coalition?
To see a complete list of champions from each respective brand, simply
Or
type
will it be
TAV,
DGenerationX?
WCW or YTD into the chat.
5 minutes to make your bets.
I think it going to be DX.
And there we go. Betting lines are open. So you got 5 minutes to make your bets. Start gambling your lives away. It is go time. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the next match of the night, the Coalition versus DGenerationX. Who's moving on to face Phenomenal Soul and get the semifinals kicked off with a bang? Is it going to be the Coalition or DX? We are going to find out. Let's go. And while these guys are making their way to the ring, Joe Link, you got more jokes to tell because I got to go collect my coffee now. Because Phenomenal Soul interrupted my coffee acquiring process, you see. They are nasty bludgers. But anyways, I'll be right back. BRB. That is not funny. Froggy, Glenola, whoever is doing that, stop it. Like, it's been a villainy-free night. Other than Curlidi trying to cut my cords in the beginning. I mean, if I had had a co-host, I'd have been fucked right in the beginning of the show. Lady Lobster, she swam right in here and started dropping villainy right off the hop. Absolutely ghastly, too, by the way. Not appreciated, Curlidi. How dare you? But anyways, Rock Roberts is in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, Rock Roberts, a very, very good friend of myself. Rock Roberts and I go back to the 2000s when we were e-fedding, both at a place called G-Fed and then Fed Wars, Pro Boards, where we ran a very successful federation on there for the better part of 3 years, but a little over a year on GOW. Then we moved it to Fed Wars, but we were most prominent on Pro Boards, where we were there for about 4 years. Me and Rock Roberts and a whole bunch of other people that I actually wish I could get a hold of. Some of them, like Jesse Styles, Jack Daniels, and a few others. But Dave Demented, you guys have all met Dave Demented. And we were all doing podcasts concerning our eFed wrestling days. We were doing podcasts before podcasts were even a cool thing. You can actually find some of the podcasts we did right on the Archerverse channel, and they were called Fed Hype Radio, and those are over a decade old, and it was some of the fun we were having during our fedding days. Then, of course, a couple of years ago, decided I was going to relive those stories, breathe new life into what was such a fun ordeal back in those days. We had a lot of fun. We had a lot of great writers, a lot of great minds. Rock Roberts being one of those great people, a visionary, a wrestling fan, a great human being. And I am blessed and honored to have Rock Roberts. He reached out to me, and he has joined the Fam Jam. He is part of the Archerverse family now. And it has been a long time, and it is such an honor to have Rock Roberts here. So if everybody could please give Rock Roberts a very warm welcome. He is absolutely a very, very good friend, and he will very quickly become a friend of yours, too. He's a very, very good human being. So, but yeah, we go way back, and he was part of the Archerverse before it was the Archerverse. Back in those days, if you guys have if you've been to the Archerverse channel and you read the about information about the Archerverse actually dates back to well over a decade when it was called GOW Gods of Wrestling. During the eFed days, Rock Roberts, during the GOW days, was a multiple-time champion. Tag team division, singles competition. Again, he's a fantastic writer. He's a visionary. He's a huge pro wrestling fan. And me personally, I am just simply honored to have him here. So, Rock Roberts says, God, Fed Hype Radio. That's a title I haven't heard in forever. Hall of Famer as well. Yeah, you were a Hall of Famer as well. That is correct. And most likely will become a TAV Hall of Famer. So there will be no surprise there. You've already started your winning ways. I mean, nothing has changed. I mean, you didn't even squash a can, man. Rock Roberts walks in, takes on Dolph Ziggler, and wipes the floor with that ass. It was crazy. And now, automatically aligning himself with Archer and Nick Aldis. I mean, there's some crazy things going on in the Coalition, and now Rock Roberts is a part of that. We got Carlos Hawkins as a new member of the Coalition. I mean, the Coalition looking good going into 2023. They are certainly putting the tag team division on notice. But, ladies and gentlemen, how dare you delay my coffee acquiring escapade. I will be right back. I leave the ship. And Yusuke, welcome in, Yusuke. Episode number 430, year-end Gold Rush Tournament. Appreciate you being here. Merry Christmas to everybody. Rock Roberts, Yusuke, and everybody else. I'm sure you've all got shout-outs already. But again, if we haven't already, let's drop that YouTube link. And again, if anybody isn't already following the Archiverse on YouTube, again, that's the home of YTD Academy. And we simply, for those that don't know, YTD Academy is the development league for Wrestle Wars and Starrcade. We come up with a lot of new angles and storyline ideas. We start building people's characters there. If people are having a hard time over on Starrcade or Wrestle Wars, they're removed from the roster and they go spend some time in YTD Academy, try to get back to their winning ways, and they can find a home on one of the shows again on the main roster. It's a blast, an absolute blast, because we have a great community that have really built the Archiverse into what it is, both at the Shark Tank on YouTube and here on Twitch. We really, truly have become the late-night place to be, the most must-see show on Twitch TV, and first and foremost, we are the very best in fantasy wrestling excellence, bar none, period. Joe Link, I leave the ship in your command. While I am gone, I'll be right back. I'm going to acquire that coffee. BRB.
It can be chilling to see the lengths someone's willing to go to destroy another human being. And by chilling, I mean beautiful. Oh, it's punishing the right arm.
Sweet.
Hammerlock. Uh-oh. Effectively targeting the arm.
How is everyone doing?
Pulls the ripcord. Knee strike to the face. Up the turnbuckles. What's he gonna do? From the top.
He's absorbed some damage already. Michaels with the awareness.
Another reversal. Eye for an eye here.
Bruising attack to the stomach.
Right with the point of the elbow.
Triple H gets the tag. Outthinking the cerebral assassin.
Inflicting pain at will.
Setting up my WWE Universe mode on 2K22, WCW ECW Brand Wars. How are you doing?
Close fist connects. Saw that one coming. And a tag there.
Able to get there in time. Drop toe hold.
A gingerbread man went to the doctor about a saying the doctor said have you
Inverted vertical suplex.
The new jackpot number 30 chance to win eternal redemption of your choices. 069. The number to win a YTV championship match is 0. That assassin
He saw it coming, taking advantage. Side Russian leg sweep.
Connected with a sharp elbow.
Tags him in.
Boom! What an uppercut. Knocked down by the DDT.
Tagged into the action. Chop.
Be right back.
Let's figure out what to do next here.
I have returned.
Man, right to the esophagus.
Great.
All right, where were we? Talking about Rock Roberts.
Attack from behind.
Oh, that's awesome.
Neck
What
breaker.
did I miss?
Shawn Michaels tags in.
Fine, setting up my universe mode. WCW, ECW Brand Wars. Yes, make sure everybody drops Rock Roberts a follow both here on Twitch, and I believe, Rock Roberts, you're on YouTube as well. Do you have your YouTube link that you can post in the chat? There's no limitations on the Archiverse chat. Everybody in the community is trusted, so you guys can post anything you want, anytime you want, with no problems. So if you have your YouTube link, you can drop that. That way we can follow you there as well.
That's smart. Taking the one to catch
Rock Roberts is also on Twitter, for anybody that's on Twitter.
Pulls the ripcord. Knee strike to the face.
Joling says a gingerbread man went to the doctor about a sore knee. The doctor said, have you tried icing it? Wow. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, at least you managed to cue that at the appropriate time for once. That was terrible. All right, so I do have another list.
A lot of determination out there.
This is actually from the Bleachers Report. If anybody's familiar with the Bleachers Report, I've actually, read the Bleachers Report on and off for a very long time. I've always liked their articles, but this is from Mike Chiari. We've actually read articles from Chiari before, and it is ranking the 10 greatest Christmas moments in WWE history. Shawn Michaels has been eliminated, down to Triple H versus the Coalition. Oh, out of nowhere with an AKO. Triple H kicks out, though. Oh, moves out of the way. Archer lands with nobody home. Some ground and pound by the game. That is ghastly. I can't even watch. All right, so, again, it's ranking the 10 greatest Christmas moments in WWE history. So it says there is no off-season, and there are very few days off in the WWE. So even when Christmas time rolls around, the WWE and its superstars are hard at work. Because of that, the WWE has provided many memorable Christmas moments over the past years. Raw and SmackDown and Tribute to the Troops all usually have Christmas-themed shows around the holidays, so there have been plenty of opportunities for the WWE to make some Christmas memories over the past 15 years especially. While many of them are a bit corny, they have still managed to stand the test of time. A lot of fans complain about the WWE's sense of humor these days, but everyone is a little more forgiving when it comes to the lighthearted Christmas segments. Fans are generally in a better mood around the holidays anyway, so we tend to remember the WWE Christmas moments more fondly than others. Here are the top 10 Christmas-related moments in WWE history. Number 10 on this list, Hornswoggle earns the gift of voice. So generally speaking, anything involving Hornswoggle is terrible, and I agree with. I mean, I liked Hornswoggle. I thought he was. I was always a fan of midget wrestling. I actually think they should bring it back. I thought it was entertaining. There were some great midget wrestlers, and they were always, sometimes they were paired with superstars, and they had mixed matches with superstars and the midget wrestlers. So it was a lot of fun. I liked Hornswoggle in that sense, but everything he did was awful. He was always in some comic relief spot. It was I never cared for it. So I do agree with that. Anything involving Hornswoggle is generally speaking terrible, but however, there are certain circumstances under which he is tolerable, and Christmas segments fall under that category. Last year, the WWE held a Christmas special episode of SmackDown that actually aired several weeks before Christmas. The timing was odd, but there were certainly some entertaining moments. Chief among them was Hornswoggle winning a battle royal that earned him one wish to be granted by Santa Claus. Mick Foley was dressed as Santa, so Hornswoggle sat on jolly old St. Mick's knee and tried to tell him what he wanted to be able to express himself with the gift of voice. Foley Claus granted Hornswoggle's wish, and he has not shut up since. While giving Hornswoggle the ability to talk was probably not the best for fans in the long run, it did create a funny moment when Hornswoggle pointed to Vicky Guerrero and called her grandma. Perhaps if Hornswoggle only appeared once per year for Christmas purposes, we would all appreciate him just a little bit more. All right, so number 9 is Santa Claus Wreaks Havoc. So the time period from 1993 through 1995 in the WWE is often referred to as the New Generation. The WWE was transforming from the golden era that featured stars such as Hulk Hogan, the Ultimate Warrior, and Randy Macho Man Savage, to the Attitude Era in 1997, which made guys like Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, as top draws. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all. The winner of the match, and moving on to face Phenomenal Soul in the semifinals, the Coalition, the one Elijah Archer and Nick Aldis, moving on victorious. And man, oh man, that is going to be one hell of a banger of a semifinals. Man, oh man. Okay, so I'll get the payout before I finish that article. I'll get the payout issued for that.
By this tag team.
Give me a moment.
With an elimination match, your number can be up at any moment, but they've managed to outmaneuver all the other competitors here tonight.
All right, so the winners were the Coalition, and everybody's basically just going to get their money back because nobody bet on DX at all. So 3,010 Archerverse bucks going back to your wallets. And I'll get the betting line ready for the first match in the semifinals. All right, let's go. The Coalition moving on. They're going to face Phenomenal Soul. And what a hell of a semifinal is going to be, though. First match of the semifinals, it is Legacy. Sir Lord, William Steven Regal, and MJF taking on Codex and Carino Sinister Farmer. They are the Wolfpack from Wrestle Wars. And that is the first match of the semifinals. Who do you guys think moves on to the tournament final? Is it going to be Legacy or the Wolfpack? We're going to find out in just a moment, but I'm going to get the betting line open first, so give me a moment while I do that. Again, who's moving on to the tournament final will be Legacy or the Wolfpack. Legacy surprised everybody in the quarterfinals because they were down 2-1 against Truth and Consequences, and MJF pulled out all the stops and battled to the very end and defeated both members, Darby Allin and the Hardcore Icon Tables, by himself to move Legacy into the semifinals. Now, the Wolfpack, it was a bit of a different story. They both pulled their own weight. I mean, they worked together as a unit and got themselves into the semifinal. They are one of the most feared teams. They're a decorated team. Carino Sinister Farmer himself, one of the most feared men in all of pro wrestling. Do they have what it takes as a team, Legacy, to defeat the Wolfpack? I just don't know about that. But that is the question you guys have to answer. You have 5 minutes to make your bets. And there we go. The betting lines are open. And here we go. Without further ado, it is Legacy versus the Wolfpack. Let's go. It is showtime and go time. All right, so back to that list. Let's see, I left off at The Rock. Austin and The Rock were the top draws. So the couple of years in between were known for some off-the-wall gimmicks and lame storylines. And chief among them was Santa Claus at In Your House 5, Seasons Beatings. $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase paid off Santa Claus, who proceeded to attack Savio Vega. It was later revealed that the imposter Santa Claus was evil brother Santa Claus. Santa Claus hailed from the South Pole and stole presents rather than giving them. In actuality, Santa Claus was played by the man who could go on to the great success in ECW as Balls Mahoney. The chair-swinging freak's first major exposure in wrestling was under a gimmick that was only utilized on a couple of occasions in WWE. However, after a small handful of matches against jobbers, Santa Claus was never seen again in WWE. In retrospect, it was an awful idea, but people who were fans during that time period will never forget Santa Claus. Number 8. Santino tries to reveal the secret of Santa Claus. So most fans view Santino Marella as a goofy face these days, but back in 2008 he was a highly entertaining comedic heel. Santino was involved in a storyline relationship with Beth Phoenix, and they had a great run together in the mid-card. One memorable moment from this time period was when Santino attempted to reveal the secret of Santa Claus. It seemed as though Santino was poised to tell the children that Santa was not real, but he was cut off by then World Heavyweight Champion John Cena. Miffed by Cena's interruption, Santino challenged John Cena, as he incorrectly called him, to a mixed tag match between Glamarella and Cena, along with a partner of his choice. Now, when Santino announced this, Goldust hilariously appeared on screen and lobbied for Cena to choose him. Santino then provided the caveat that Cena's partner must have ovaries, which Goldust scoffed at. Cena would shockingly choose Trish Stratus as his partner. However, these stopped Glamarella from revealing the secret of Santa. The whole thing was somewhat ridiculous in retrospect, but Santino did such a great job as a comedic heel that he made it something memorable. And I'm just going to catch up on the chat here real quick. Joling says, sorry, they are bad Christmas jokes. Well, I mean, at least you admit it. You know, yeah, at least you admit it. All right, so number 7 on the list is Bobby Heenan, and Gorilla Monsoon provide Christmas banter. So anything involving Bobby the Brain Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon back in the late 1980s and early 1990s was pure gold. So they deserve a spot on this list for their banter alone. While they often commentated matches together, Brain and Monsoon also hosted a show known as Primetime Wrestling. It featured matches and interviews, but the best part was always the studio segments involving them. Heenan and Monsoon had an on-screen chemistry unlike any duo in wrestling history, and it was obvious each and every time they were on the air. The basis of their act was that Monsoon played the straight man who was partial to the faces, while Heenan often acted irrationally and cheered for the heels. It was truly a match made in heaven between the two of them. On a Christmas episode of Primetime Wrestling in late 1990, Heenan was fumbling with Christmas decorations, with Monsoon berating him for not having things set up ahead of time. Heenan used the excuse that he had been delivering toys to underprivileged children. They didn't do anything groundbreaking, but it didn't take much for them to entertain. Also, as a plus, the most featured some old Hasbro wrestling figures as well as wrestling buddies, so it's a great slice of nostalgia for anyone who enjoyed the WWE in the early 1990s. All right, number 6 is Mr. McMahon and Stone Cold have dueling Christmas parties. So, after the WWE bought out WCW in 2001 and ECW went bankrupt, Vince McMahon brought in many former WCW and ECW stars and began a storyline known as The Invasion. The crux of the angle was essentially McMahon leading his WWE stars against an alliance of WCW and ECW stars that was led by Shane McMahon, Stephanie McMahon, and eventually Stone Cold Steve Austin. Many believe that the Invasion storyline was not handled correctly, but it still produced some great moments. One was a late 2001 edition of Raw when both the WWE and the Alliance held their own Christmas parties. At one point, Stephanie came to Vince's party and tried to reconcile, but an angry Vince told her to leave and then yelled at everyone to keep partying. The Alliance party was much more lighthearted, though, as Austin led everyone in a rendition of Jingle Bells, followed by Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. playing the guitar awfully in backstage segments became one of Austin's trademarks during this time, and it was always entertaining. There have been tons of holidays parties in WWE over the years, but the double party in 2001 was certainly the most enjoyable to watch. And I think that's true, actually. That was the very enjoyable. The whole thing was just handled correctly, done well. It was good storytelling, too, so, I mean, I agree with that, to be fair. Let's see, number 5 on this list, Big Show and Chris Jericho pull off Santa Claus Ruse. So back in 2009, the WWE Tag Team division was booming, and a big reason for that was the tag team known as the Jeri-Show. Chris Jericho and Big Show held the tag team championships for 140 days and added some legitimacy to the tag scene. Jeri-Show lost the belts to D-Generation-X at TLC, however, and the team was in danger of breaking up. Since Big Show was technically a part of Raw roster and Jericho was part of the SmackDown roster, they could not team together if they were not champions. Because of that, Y2J was banished to the Blue brand. With Christmas approaching, Big Show had a special wish that he hoped Santa Claus could grant. Santa came to the ring and sat on Big Show's lap rather than the other way around. Big Show told Santa that all he wanted was for his best friend and tag team partner to be allowed on Raw. Santa told Big Show it would be a pleasure to grant his wish. Soon after that, Hornswoggle emerged from under the ring, along with an entire army of little people. They swarmed Santa and removed his costume to reveal that Jericho was the one playing the role of Saint Nick. Jeri-Show then teamed up to vanquish their miniature rivals. The thing that made the segment great was that Jericho's acting was so good that nobody really knew he was playing Santa. Jericho and Big Show were fantastic together, and that was one of their signature moments as a tag team. I mean, kind of funny to think that they considered that one of the signature moments as a tag team, but it was definitely a memorable moment. So, there's that. All right. Let's see here. Number 4 on this list, DX offers some gift ideas. I mean, during most time periods, anything DX was pretty much pure gold. Whether, during the Attitude Era, some of it, as mentioned earlier, was a little bit childish and over the top, but still entertaining nonetheless. But anyways, most would agree that the original version of D-Generation-X was the best. But when Shawn Michaels and Triple H reunited as a tag team in 2009, they provided some entertaining moments. DX was much more kid-friendly by this point than it was previously, but HBK and Triple H still utilized their signature crotch chop and mixed in some crude humor from time to time. As real-life friends, Michaels and Triple H have always meshed well together. That is why their Christmas segment on the 2009 edition of Raw was so memorable. While it was technically advertised for WWE Shop, they were surrounded by WWE merchandise and acted as if they were in infomercials. Triple H asked HBK if he wanted a blanket at some point, but Michaels was upset with that his arms might get cold if he tried to reach for things. Triple H had the perfect solution, though in the form of a D-Generation-X snuggle, or snuggie, sorry. They also watched a match from the history of the World Heavyweight Championship DVD, which featured Triple H beating down Michaels. There's no doubt that it was a cheesy segment, but Michaels and Triple H appeared to be having fun, and most fans definitely enjoyed it. I mean, I think probably most people enjoyed pretty much anything D-Generation did at the time. I mean, they were always a very popular tag team, so. All right, so moving on. France with 2 L's. Welcome into the show. What's going on, France? Merry Christmas. Appreciate you being here, France. Welcome to episode number 430. Our year-end Gold Rush tournament. You missed a great match to open the show. We actually had an 8-man elimination royale for the the Archerverse World Championship. And what a surprise that came out of that match. Team Chronos BR, and right now he's absolutely clueless about it, but awesome Ted Cobb put on an absolute clinic and became the new Archerverse World Champion. And now we're right in the middle of a fantastic Archerverse World Tag Team Championship Gold Rush tournament. This is the semifinals, first match of the semifinals. It is the Wolfpack versus Legacy. Legacy surprised everybody in the quarterfinals, France. It was down to 2 versus 1. It was Darby Allin and the Hardcore Icon Tables versus MJF. MJF pulled in all the stops and was resilient and preservant, and oh my God, put on a clinic in there and beat Truth and Consequences all by himself to move Legacy into the semifinals. And of course now they're facing the Wolfpack, one of the most feared tag teams on the roster, who of course also made it into the semifinals. Gladboot catches you up to speed. Right now they're in the middle of a slobber knocker. It's been a great match thus far, and I'm in the middle of a list of some of the memorable Christmas moments in WWE history. And I was just about to get to number 3. But then, of course, I figured I'd better catch up into the chat, and then I noticed you were in the house. So, France with 2 L's, welcome in. Appreciate you. And by the way, he said, "Merry motherfucking Christmas, you filthy animals." All right, let's see here. So yeah, did Rock Roberts end up? Oh, he hasn't come back yet. He said BRB. So I'm hoping at some point Rock Roberts posts his YouTube link, so that you guys can actually subscribe to his YouTube channel if you get the chance. But he's not back yet, so we'll be waiting on that. All right, so moving on to the list. Number 3 on the list was Stone Cold dresses as Santa and stunners Mr. McMahon. I think everybody remembers that. And anybody that didn't actually watch it live like I got the chance to have probably seen the highlights since. But ever since 2003, the WWE has put on a show for the United States troops known as Tribute to the Troops during the holiday season. It all started nearly a decade ago in Baghdad, Iraq, and it certainly kicked off with a bang. There have been plenty of great Tribute to the Troop moments over the years, but Vince McMahon and Stone Cold Steve Austin made the first one unforgettable. Vince was cutting a promo during which Santa Claus came to the ring. Rather than making nice with Santa, however, McMahon decided to attack him. Vince then went on a hilarious rant about how he would kick the ass off anyone who disrespects him, including Santa. McMahon would soon regret his actions, though. Santa began removing his costume and revealed himself to be Vince's longtime rival, the Texas Rattlesnake. The crowd went nuts, and Austin proceeded to hit McMahon with yet another Stone Cold Stunner. After that, Austin enjoyed a nice beer bash at Mr. McMahon's expense. There was no better way to kick off what was become a holiday tradition for the WWE. While it may not have been Austin's greatest Santa-related moment, he and McMahon proved why they will always be considered the biggest rivals in professional wrestling history. All right, number 2. The Rock puts his own spin on 12 Days of Christmas. There's actually a video of it here. Let's see if it'll let me share it in Discord here.
Getting him into the corner. Look at it here. This could be it.
I'm just going to post it right in No Holds Barred. And that is The Rock's version of the 12 Days of Christmas for later. All right, so The Rock is unquestionably one of the most charismatic people to ever step foot in a WWE ring. That charisma was often on display when Rocky would create and sing songs for the audience. Most of them were based on real songs, but he would put his own spin on it. That was the case during an episode of SmackDown on a night when The Rock was scheduled to wrestle Test. Rather than singing the 12 Days of Christmas, The Rock sang about 12 things that Test would see on that night. Among them were sharpshooters, spine busters, rock bottoms, people's elbows, and plenty of eyebrow raising. It was a very simple segment, but The Rock had the crowd eating out of the palm of his hand and chanting his name as they so often have over the years. The Rock was and still is the ultimate showman, and the 12 Days of Christmas spin-off was a perfect example of that. In fact, that was one moment that really foreshadowed how big he would become in the show business. Being able to cut a promo is one thing, but whipping the crowd into a frenzy with a song is something special. It was not the first time that The Rock did something like that, and it was not the last either, but it was definitely the Brahma Bull's finest Christmas moment. Let's see here. Golden Gamer says, hope you've had a good show. This show is awesome. Dun 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 dun. And today, Golden Gamer is Hulk Hogan. The Hulkster in the house. So what's going on, Golden Gamer? Merry Christmas. What's new and exciting? Hopefully you're about to be blessed with a fantastic Christmas and Santa is good to everybody. Appreciate you being here. Again, I was telling everybody tonight, you know, I knew it was Christmas Eve. The show was actually supposed to be last night, but we had some severe weather here, and I was unable to run the show. So, I was, no matter what was happening, I was dead set I was going to get this show on the go and make sure everybody had a Christmas VOD during their downtime sometime tomorrow. They could have checked it out and enjoyed the show in its entirety. But I was going to run this show whether I had 1 viewer, 10 viewers, 20 viewers, 0 viewers, because you guys are a fantastic community. And I promised a show, you were going to get a show, and I was going to deliver that show. And here we are. We've still had people popping in and out all night long, having a good time, watching the very best in fantasy wrestling excellence, bar none period. And it's a great way to end the year. Great way to end the year. Golden Gamer says, just been hanging out with the fam. Fantastic. That is what Christmas is all about, Golden Gamer. That is what Christmas is all about, Golden Gamer. Fantastic to hear. I think Carino Sinister Farmer just got eliminated. It is down to Legacy versus Codex. Good God. MJF in trouble here with Codex. Looking to make a comeback. Kick to the midsection forearm. In comes Sir Lord William Steven Regal. Uppercut right off the hop, but Codex with a nice takedown. Anyways, I'm going to get back to that list. We have one more on this list. And it is Stone Cold Stunners Santa Claus. So, over the years, nobody has been safe from the wrath of Stone Cold Steve Austin. His list of victims is a mile long. It even includes St. Nick himself. On pre-Christmas episode of Raw in 1997, with Austin reaching his peak of popularity, he interrupted Santa Claus while he was cutting a promo. What ensued can only be described as vintage Stone Cold. The imposter Santa believed that Sable would be coming out to sit on his lap, but it was a child instead. The kid accused him of not being the real Santa, so he kicked him out of the ring. This prompted Austin to enter the ring and interrogate Kris Kringle. Among other things, Austin asked him if he was the real Santa or just a fat piece of trash. Austin tested Santa's knowledge when he asked what he wanted for Christmas. When he was 6 years old, after being a good little SOB all year, Santa responded by telling him a Barbie doll and tiddlywinks, which Austin was none too pleased about. After input from the embarrassed kid as well as the crowd, Austin decided to hit Santa with a holiday stunner for his troubles. Everything Austin did during the Attitude Era was great, but giving Santa a stunner was just too perfect. Austin was perhaps the most popular face in the WWE has ever seen, but he did not mind ruffling a few feathers, even if that meant beating up Santa Claus.
He slides back into the ring.
And that was ranking the 10 greatest Christmas moments in WWE history by Mike Chiari from Bleachers Report. And again, just to recap, number 10 was Hornswoggle, earning the gift of voice. Number 9, Santa Claus Wreaks Havoc. Number 8 was Santito. Tries to reveal the secret of Santa Claus. Number 7, Bobby Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon provide Christmas banter. Number 6, Mr. McMahon and Stone Cold have dueling Christmas parties. Number 5, Big Show and Chris Jericho pull off a Santa Claus ruse.
He's begging him to get up so he can put him back.
Number 4, DX offers some gift ideas. Number 3, Stone Cold dresses as Santa, stunners Mr. McMahon. Number 2, The Rock puts his own spin on 12 Days of Christmas. And again, last but not least, number 1, Stone Cold stunners Santa Claus. And that wraps that list up. So it was an interesting list. Pretty solid. I mean, I don't have any complaints about it. I mean, it's not like I've ever really sat there and thought about Christmas moments until tonight, actually. I decided to see if I could find anything to do with Christmas moments in WWE. And I'm actually just looking to see if I can find anything else.
Could leave him stunned. Each blow affecting his equilibrium. Well, that's one way to leave the ring, I suppose.
Let's see.
And he's able to reverse.
Oh, here's something interesting from the Sportster. This is by Kevin Anthony, and I believe we've read a few articles from Kevin, but I'm not sure. If the great Granola was here, he would definitely be able to tell us. Wow, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. That is all. They have done it again. The winners of the match. And moving on to the tournament final, MJF and Sir Lord William Steven Regal. They are Legacy, and they are your victors and moving on in this tournament. Wow. This is crazy. All right, let me issue the payout for that.
For this tag team here tonight.
That wasn't just a win, Cole. That was a top-level tag.
It was like 98% chose Legacy to begin with. Or sorry, the Wolfpack. Looks like people were going for the Wolfpack. So whoever chose Legacy and bet that 10 Archivers bucks, you got a bit of a payout there. All right, here we go. Next match in the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, who is going to move on to face Legacy in the tournament final to battle it out over the right to fight the primetime players in the championship final for the Archivers World Tag Team Championship? The next match of the night and the final match of the semifinals, it is the Coalition versus Phenomenal Soul for the right to move on to face Legacy. Who's it going to be? We're going to find out here in just a few moments, but I'm going to get the betting line open first. Give me a moment. All right, here we go. So who moves on to face Legacy in the tournament finals? Is it going to be Phenomenal Soul, Team J Negative Gaming, and Team Joe Link, the Soulman Jay Simmons and the Phenom Joe Lincoln? Or is it going to be the one Elijah Archer and Nick Aldis, the Coalition? 5 minutes to make your bets, as always. And there we go. The betting lines are officially open. And folks, it is showtime and go time. It is Phenomenal Soul versus the Coalition. Let's go. And let's go back to that list. Let me catch up on the chat real quick, see if I'm missing out on anything here. Joe Link going off with the emotes. Golden Gamer says, Joe Link, what's with all the emotes? Can you not spell? Are you not able to put together a sentence? Are you one of those people that types and everything is grammatically incorrect? Do you want to be an anime artist? I mean, what is with all the emotes, Joe Link? Golden Gamer is apparently very upset about that. It's okay, Golden Gamer. It's just something Joe Link likes to do. It makes him happy. You know, some people take pills. Joe Link likes to drop emotes all over the place.
I like emotes.
But I appreciate the concern, Golden Gamer. Joe Link says I like emotes. All right, so let's get back to that list that I just found. Again, it's the 10 funniest Christmas moments in wrestling ranked. So, wrestling is filled with tough characters, but everyone changes their tune when Christmas rolls around, giving fans funny seasonal moments. The holiday seasons are upon us, and people all over the world are getting ready to celebrate Christmas and New Year's with their families. Christmas brings joy and even the darkest places, and the wrestling promotions bring joy to their hardcore fans by providing them with some special holiday moments. Over the years, pro wrestling promotions have given countless moments to light up the holiday season for their fans. Even the toughest of superstars put their gimmicks aside and entertain the fans with some memorable matches and segments. With that said, let's take a look at 10 of the funniest Christmas moments in pro wrestling history. So number 10, a Christmas Carol sing-off. So WWE hosted a special Christmas Carol sing-off on the December 23rd, 2013 episode of Raw. Renee Young hosted the segment, and 3 teams took part in the contest, with the winner decided by the fans' applause. Xavier Woods and R-Truth were the first to start things off with their version of Oh Holy Night. Woods did a decent job with the vocals, while Truth played as a hilarious second fiddle. Next up was Jinder Mahal and Drew McIntyre singing an outrageous version of Jingle Bells, and got showered with a chorus of boos for the deed. The winning act came from Santino Marella and the Great Khali, who sang a hilarious version of Deck the Halls, with Khali doing the la 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 part. Number 9, and this was just on the other list we had actually, Hornswoggle's Christmas Wish. So since his WWE debut in 2006, we've seen Hornswoggle as Finley's pet leprechaun and Mr. McMahon's illegitimate son. People never felt secure having him around them, as they never knew the little guy would start playing his little pranks. The only sign of relief for the victims is that he never opened his mouth and talked, but Foley Claus opened Hornswoggle's mouth in 2011. Hornswoggle won a Battle Royal on November 29, 2011. Episode of SmackDown to receive a wish from Santa Claus. He did receive his wish backstage from Mick Foley, dressed as Santa Claus. His excuse me battle with Vicky Guerrero after calling her grandma was straight up hilarious. Number 8, Michael Cole's Worst Christmas. So while the holiday season on a happy note for Hornswoggle on the November 29, 2011 episode of SmackDown, someone didn't feel the same way earlier the same night. Mick Foley opened up the event dressed as Santa Claus, cheering up the crowd for the holidays, and he summoned his reliable reindeer, Rudolph, and out he came, leaving the crowd in splits. Only a miserable and annoying heel deserved the utmost humiliation of walking down the ramp in a reindeer costume. It was the year 2011, and Michael Cole is the only person playing that role to perfection. The crowd erupted in laughter, seeing Cole doing the walk of shame.
Oh, look at it, torture their opponent.
Number 7. Daniel Bryan invites Kane to his house for Christmas. I remember that. That was fucking hilarious, actually. So Kane had a very troublesome childhood. Locked up in a basement and having to see his brother set his parents on fire. We can be pretty sure he never felt the joy of the holiday season and probably never wanted to, but he was visibly upset on the November 23rd, 2012 episode of SmackDown at the fact that his tag team partner Daniel Bryan didn't invite him to his house for Thanksgiving. So Kane and Daniel Bryan were arguing over facing Big Show later that night, and the Big Red Machine laid a verbal smackdown on his partner. Bryan realized that Kane was angry because he didn't invite him to his house for Thanksgiving. The fact that Bryan had vegan turkey cooled Kane for the moment, and Bryan invited Kane to his house for Christmas. Kane accepted the invitation with one condition, that he got to beat up Santa Claus. Number 6. Hollywood Hogan gets a severed head. Exchanging Christmas presents is a sign of showing our love to friends and family. A person has to be do a lot of thinking before choosing a present for their loved one. But Bret Hart and Sting didn't think a lot before they chose a present for Hollywood Hulk Hogan. While Hogan was addressing his WCW Championship match against Sting with Eric Bischoff on the A production crew member, brought in a big Christmas present for Hogan, and when the champion opened the box, he got shocked to the core when he found a fake severed head. The reaction on his face was priceless as Bret Hart looked from the outside, and Sting ziplined his way down to the ring while Hogan made a retreat. And I actually do remember that, but I don't actually recall being overly necessarily impressed with that segment. I don't know. Joe Link says, plus when I lurk, it's an easy chat. Fair enough.
Well placed kick to the gut.
Can't argue your logic.
Nice combo.
All right, take a sip of my coffee here.
This is the best match ever.
Striking at will. There's the tag.
All right, there we go. All right, so number 5 on the list. It's you know, a lot harder work than you remember, because I mean, in the beginning, I ran a lot of these shows by myself. I didn't have people on the broadcast. It became something that people, you know, lobbied for and wanted to become part of the broadcast. And believe me, it's been a lot more fun that way. So it's been, you know, I'm not used to doing the broadcast by myself, because my throat definitely dries out and gets a little tender. Which is why, you know, I have to, you know, go get a drink and take a break from time to time. Sadly, no co-host to continue to entertain, but we got Joe Link, and life is great, and everybody telling bad jokes in the chat while I'm doing such things. So, you know, there's that. All right, number 5. Randy Orton feels the joy of Christmas. So Randy Orton can become unpredictable at many times thanks to the voices he hears inside his head. One day he is the ruthless Viper, taking down anyone at his sight with an RKO out of nowhere, and sometimes he doesn't shy away from enjoying himself. They apparently don't know that the RKO does not exist anymore. Archer beat Randy Orton. It is AKO, period. Absolutely ghastly. They need to do their jobs better. They need to update that. They need to edit that. I should sue them. How dare they? Anyway, so Orton took on David Otunga in a Miracle on 34th Street fight match on November 29th, 2011 episode of SmackDown. The Viper, who just got eliminated. No way! Jay Simmons was eliminated. It is down to the Coalition versus Joe Lincoln. Not looking good for the Phenom Joe Lincoln. He's got to face Nick Aldis and the one Elijah Archer all by himself. But look at this. He is certainly attempting. He is all heart. But at the end of the day, it is not looking good here for the Phenom Joe Lincoln. The Coalition may just have Phenomenal Soul's numbers tonight. Nick Aldis here perched on that top turnbuckle. Joe Lincoln doesn't see him. Oh, from behind, he doesn't even wait for him to turn around. Absolute savage. Double axe handle right to the back of the neck. In comes Archer. Oh, look at that. He explodes with a diving lariat. Takes Archer right off his feet. And he's got that submission locked in tight right in the middle of the ring, but in comes Nick Aldis. Breaks up that submission hold. Lincoln going for the pin. Back in comes Aldis, 1 count only. And you can tell Lincoln worked up. Trying to pull in all the stops here. Look at this, he's taking on both members of the Coalition at the same time here. Nice Samoan drop. Going right back after Archer. Archer going to go for a ride here. Oh, power bomb. That was almost a jackknife. Joe Lincoln on a roll here. Taking on both members of the Coalition all by himself here. He's going upstairs. It's a risk at this point. Oh, but he nails a diving shoulder block from the top turnbuckle. Takes Archer right off his feet, and Archer's in trouble here. Oh, nice reversal. Retaliation by Archer.
He's been placed in the corner now.
Archer going corner to corner here. The Phenom. Oh! A running Superman punch. Off the ropes he comes. Spears! Spears him right off his feet. Joe Lincoln in trouble. But he powers out at 2 count only. Archer can't believe it. Thought he had the win there. Out of nowhere, a KO. And folks, that is probably going to do it for Phenomenal Soul. No! Wow, Joe Lincoln kicked out. Archer's not playing around. He's going for submission. No, Joe Lincoln out the back door. Joe Lincoln out the back door. And look at this, Archer. Vicious DDT by the Phenom Joe Lincoln. And don't worry, I will get back to the list. This match is fantastic. Oh, big knee right to the face. Archer eating knees. Buries an elbow right to the midsection of Joe Lincoln. Nice reversal by Lincoln. Big right hand downs Archer and busts him wide open. Lincoln with a submission locked in tight. Aldis breaks up the submission. He's got him pinned here. Wow, Archer kicked out. 2 count only. No, they don't. I think this might only be the second time they've ever even faced off in the ring, Joe Link. And yeah, I agree with Golden Gamer and Joe Link. This has been an absolutely awesome matchup.
Rear chin lock, and now just rapid fire punches. Just punched him right in the mouth.
Look at the ground and pound here.
And now he's controlling
the Phenom going to work on Archer. Oh, Archer takes his legs out. Nice kick to the head from the bottom, though. These two are just going back and forth. Struggle of control as the Phenom continues to take on the Coalition. It is 2 members to 1. Oh, look at that. Crashes, lands with nobody home. These guys are just beating on each other, taking turns, kicking each other in the head. Oh! Holy fuck, a cyclone kick right to the head. That might do it right there, guys. No! Joe Lincoln. The Phenom kicks out again. That is crazy. That is crazy. Oh, look at that. Hell's Gate. Archer taps out Joe Lincoln. That is it. That is all. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match, and moving on to the tournament final. The one Elijah Archer and Nick Aldis. They are the Coalition. And man, oh man, are we going to have one hell of a tournament final. Two formidable teams going to battle for the right to fight the tag team champions. That is next, the co-main event of the evening.
There has to be a great sense of accomplishment after.
And congratulations to the Coalition. Nick Aldis and the one Elijah Archer looking good. Archer busted open over that right eye, though. Busted open over that right eye. I mean, if that opens up in the next match and gets into the eyes, I mean, that can cause all kinds of grief.
Has invaded the compound and
all right, here we go.
With 4 viewers.
Look at this. Legacy versus the Coalition is your co-main event. Your tournament final. Who earns the right to fight the primetime players? Is it going to be the Coalition or is it going to be Legacy? That is what we're going to find out in just a few moments. But let me get the betting line open first and foremost and get the payout for the last match. And, of course, we'll get back to the list here in just a few moments. All right, here we go. Just have to refresh the dashboard here real quick so I can issue the payout. Nobody bet on the Coalition at all. That is ghastly. The winners with Coalition, but it was only 1,000 Archerverse bucks on the line. Nobody really bet on that one either.
MOG bow and arrow.
All right. So who moves on to face the primetime players? It's one hell of a semi-final here. A tournament final. Legacy. Sir Lord William Steven Regal and Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF, taking on the one Elijah Archer and Nick Aldis. The Coalition versus Legacy. Man, oh man.
Archer tell a joke. MOG folded hands.
All right, here we go. I'm opening up the betting lines. You got 5 minutes to make your bets, as always. And there you go. Betting lines are open. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is showtime and go time. Legacy versus the Coalition tournament final. Somebody is earning the right to fight against the primetime players, the reigning defending champions for the Archerverse World Tag Team Championship. Let's go. All right. These guys are going to be making their way to the squared circle in just a few moments. Let's get back to that list. All right, so Randy Orton we already read that part. Orton took on David Otunga at Miracle on 34th Street, blah, blah, blah. We read that already. The Viper felt the vibes of the holiday season in the match, sending Otunga through Christmas trees and a big pile of presents, screaming ho, ho, ho. Orton even took some time to eat some homemade cookies by Michael Cole and drove the plate through Otunga's back. Well, that was a very short info segment there, or whatever you're going to call that. I mean, the rest of them all had much more detailed. That was lackluster. But anyways, number 4 on the list, Cena Claus takes down the Boss. So John Cena suffered a torn pectoral muscle late in 2007 and had to undergo surgery to repair the damage. Before he made his miraculous return at the 2008 Royal Rumble, he made an appearance at the annual Tribute to the Troops event in December 2007. Cena disguised himself as Santa Claus and was confronted by Mr. McMahon while he was addressing the troops. McMahon took down the disguise, revealing the man behind the costume as John Cena, Cena delivered an attitude adjustment to the boss. To the delight of the crowd, he sort of botched the landing as he had a cast on his hand and dropped McMahon on his face, which I'm sure everybody found pretty funny. So, you know, there's that.
In the Tag Team Championship Tournament, on the way to
number 3 on this list,
466 pounds.
DX shows off some holiday merchandise. So DGenerationX was part of some of the most memorable and hilarious moments in pro wrestling. Did you guys catch all that? Did you decipher that? I mean, do you want me to repeat any of that? Anyways, let me try that again. DGenerationX was part of some of the most memorable and hilarious moments in pro wrestling history. While the segments during their initial days were pretty edgy, but since WWE went PG, the jokes stayed and the vulgarity found the dumpsters. But still, they managed to do some classic, hilarious segments, and since we're talking about Christmas, the one December 14th, 2009 episode of Raw will do the trick. Triple H and Shawn Michaels tried to spread some holiday cheer with some WWE merchandise. Triple H sort of ruined the day for HBK, knocking off his Money in the Bank ring set and presenting DVDs of him getting beaten up. Hornswoggle made it worse by tricking Triple H into beating up HBK. The game walked out of the locker room while Michaels crawled his way up. Number 2. Ric Flair and Vince McMahon's Christmas Party, 2001. Vince McMahon thought everything was back to normal after WWE was done with the alliance after Survivor Series 2001. Ric Flair returned as the co-owner of the company the next night on Raw. The tensions between the two increased, and both Flair and McMahon organized separate Christmas parties on the December 24, 2001 episode of Raw. Almost everyone was at Ric Flair's party, with Tajiri dressed up as Santa Claus. Al Snow and Edge were trying to cheer up Kane. Big Show impersonating Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan. And Stone Cold bringing a Christmas list to Tajiri Claus, asking for more beer, a shot at the undisputed title, and an extra middle finger. Number 1 on the list, last but not least, and it was on the other one as well, but anyways, we'll do it anyway. Stone Cold stuns Santa Claus. So despite having a busy schedule delivering presents all over the world, Santa Claus found time to drop by the December 22nd, 1997 episode of Raw. But the crowd found out it was not the real Santa after he messed with a small kid sitting amongst the crowd. Stone Cold Steve Austin walked out to teach Bad Santa not to mess around in the Rattlesnake's yard. Austin roasted the Bad Santa with a back-and-forth verbal assault and gave him a stunner for good measure to end the segment. And again, that's the 10 funniest Christmas moments in wrestling history ranked. Number 10 was A Christmas Carol sing-off. Number 9, Hornswoggle's Christmas Wish. Number 8, Michael Cole's Worst Christmas. Number 7, Daniel Bryan invites Kane to his house for Christmas. Number 6, Hollywood Hogan gets a severed head. Number 5, Randy Orton feels the joy of Christmas. Number 4, Santa Claus takes down the boss. Number 3, DX shows off some holiday merchandise.
That was stupid.
Number 2, Ric Flair and Vince McMahon's Christmas Party, 2001. And last but not least, again, was Stone Cold stuns Santa.
What's the biggest risk in a false count?
And that wraps up that list.
Oftentimes in a standard match, you can roll out of the ring when you're in trouble, but that's not the case here.
Oh, joke time. Golden Gamer, just give me a moment. Mr. Vegito Pro. What is going on, Mr. Vegito Pro? Welcome in, my friend. How is the rest of your stream? Merry Christmas, first and foremost. And can we get a shout-out for Mr. Vegito Pro, please? I would appreciate that very much. Mr. Vegito Pro, my friend. My friend, tomorrow when I get some downtime, I'm going to be working on a Vegito wrestler. We're going to have ourselves a Portuguese wrestler or Puerto Rican wrestler. Hey, Puerto Rican, right? Not Portuguese. Puerto Rican. We're going to have a Puerto Rican dressed as Vegito. Yeah, Puerto Rican, that's what I thought. We're gonna have ourselves the first ever Puerto Rican Vegito. I mean, maybe they can, you know, he can go visit the same hairstylist as the Hardcore Icon tables. You know, if you've ever seen the Hardcore Icon tables, he's got quite the do. You would think he was related to Vegito. But yes, contract negotiations are going to be underway with Team Mr. Vegito Pro, who will become officially the 97th streamer team here at the Archerverse. So that is awesome. And it will be about fucking time. Again, Mr. Vegito Pro, can you type in exclamation point followage and show everybody how long you've been here? And if he doesn't do it, we'll just do it for him. Oh shit, sorry, you gotta put I follow, yeah. Joel Link has been following the Archerverse for 1 year, 5 months, 4 days, 14 hours of epic awesomeness. Mr. Vegito Pro, 1 year, 8 months, 12 hours, with the host with the most from the late night place to be, the most must-see show on Twitch TV, and the very best in fantasy wrestling excellence, bar none, period, yet is just now signing a wrestler. It is Gaslight.
Is it enough here?
Took you long enough, exactly. That is my point.
Just kicks out.
But
Frustration might be
at least contract negotiations are going to be underway.
something bad.
But anyway, yes, thanks for stopping by, Mr. Vegito Pro. I was just saying earlier, this show was actually supposed to be last night. So, you know, a lot of people that might have been here last night aren't necessarily probably here tonight. Plus, it's Christmas Eve. And when I had my intentions to go live, I was actually expecting to have next to nobody here, possibly even do the show alone, just to make sure that everybody in the community had a VOD for some, you know, Christmas downtime tomorrow. They could have gone and checked out the VOD. But I've had people in and out all night long. I mean, we haven't had the usual bigger crowd tonight, but we've had, at some points tonight, we've had bigger crowds, and so many people stopping in to say Merry Christmas. It's been fantastic. A great way to end the year with this Gold Rush tournament. So yeah, Mr. Vegito Pro, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my brother, and I appreciate you more because you're going to be officially an interactive member of the Fam Jam, the 97th streamer team for the Archerverse. Will Mr. Vegito Pro be? That is awesome. That is awesome. Of course, the night is dwindling down. We're at the co-main event of the evening. Some people have already dropped off and went to the land of sugar plums and dancing fairies because Santa Claus is coming to town, and if you're not in bed reading those eyelids, he might not leave you a present. You might end up getting cold. So it's understandable that people have turned in for the evening, but the show must go on. The tournament is not over. The co-main event not over, which means we have not got to the main event of the evening. That is next.
Bodies must be writhing in pain right now. The breaking point.
MJF in trouble outside the ring here. Nick Aldis, jackknifes him on the unforgiving floor. That is absolutely savage. But MJF kicks out. 2 count only.
I think the crowd knows
Aldis still in control of MJF, though. Oh, vertigo. But MJF kicks out again. Sir Lord Williams, Steven Regal running over to assist MJF. Almost not in time, though. Good thing MJF kicked out. Just in case. Big uppercut to the jaw. Nice retaliation by Nick Aldis. Oh, he throws him right into the referee. Referee did not look like he enjoyed that.
Oh, man, you can see he is feeling it now.
Aldis immediately going right after MJF. Nice retaliation. Ooh, discus forearm right to the face by MJF. He tags in William Regal. The two blokes from the UK going at it. But look at this. Aldis immediately scoops him, drops him on that top turnbuckle. Face first, in comes Elijah Archer. Oh, he went for an AKO. Regal got out of the way. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. Nails him with the DDT. Nice feint by Archer. Lands a beautiful DDT. Nice double underhook suplex by William Regal. Immediately kicks out, does Elijah Archer, though. Regal. Little insult to injury.
He's tagging out.
Rubbing the face of Archer into that canvas. Tags in MJF. MJF immediately going after Archer. Not wasting any time, but meets an elbow to the face. Nice snapmare takedown. Yo! There's another tornado or cyclone kick right to the head, and tags back in Nick Aldis. Aldis wasted no time, but MJF immediately retaliates, tosses him to the corner, busts him open, and is stomping a mud hole in Nick Aldis. Big chops to the chest by Aldis. Oh, drops him.
Attacks to his core could hinder his offense. Golly, that could do permanent damage. Oh, it's coming.
Aldis setting him up for a ride. Another vertigo. Oh, MJF kicks out. 2 count only there by Nick Aldis. William Regal attempting. Oh, nice big back body drop. Interferes on behalf of his tag team partner Archer, waiting for MJF to move while Nick Aldis takes care of William Regal. Oh, look at this. Oh! Aldis goes right after MJF. MJF, though, buries those elbows right in the midsection of Nick Aldis. Nice knee lift. Aldis with the counter. Aldis scoops him up. MJF going out the back door, though. Reverse DDT by MJF. Aldis rolls back to his feet. Aldis is busted open here. I didn't even realize Aldis is busted open above that right eye of his there.
He's got him.
Setting MJF up for another ride. Is he going to get it this time? No, out the back door again goes MJF. Lands a nice falling neck breaker on Nick Aldis. Set him up for a pump handle. Whoa! Small package driver. Only this, that inverted armbar, that Fujiwara armbar. Aldis in trouble right in the middle of the ring. In comes Archer. Breaks up the submission attempt. Aldis was in trouble there. Wow, Nick Aldis has been eliminated down to Elijah Archer and Legacy. Wow, man, oh man, what a tournament this has been. MJF going to work on that hand and wrist of Elijah Archer. In comes William Regal. Archer back to his feet. Regal buries a big fist right in the ribs. Nice double underhook suplex. Nobody does that better than Sir Lord William Steven Regal. Nice retaliation. Archer explodes with an elbow from the corner. Goes for it. Oh! Missed the first one. He got the second one, though. And Archer now going to work on William Regal. Big lariat. Oh, look at this. He's got the Hell's Gate locked in right in the middle of the ring. MJF better get in there.
This is real bad.
MJF better get in there. How long can William Regal withstand the Hell's Gate? We're going to find out. He's fighting it. Oh, look at this. He fights it off. William Regal able to get out of the Hell's Gate. Wow. Didn't see that coming. I thought it was over for William Regal. I thought it was going to come down to MJF and Archer. Regal fighting back. Regal whips him hard to the corner. Oh, again he explodes with that elbow into the corner. The second time, Regal ate that elbow. But Regal right back to work. The snapmare takedown, he's right back to controlling the mat. Oh, another elbow to the face by Archer. MJF coming in to interrupt the pinfall attempt. And Archer all over William Regal with some ground and pound here. Oh, lift up, punch right to the jaw.
He's got it.
Oh, he got the tag anyways. Archer got him, but he still got that tag. To the ropes goes MJF. Archer going right back after William Regal. He wasn't done with William Regal. I don't know if Archer realizes MJF is actually the legal man here. Archer still trying to go. Oh, he explodes on MJF, and MJF returns with a big right to the face. Over the top rope goes Archer. Oh, that kicks MJF off. These guys are going to go to war outside. Oh, AKO out of nowhere, right there, right in front of William Regal. Wow, MJF has been eliminated by Elijah Archer. It is down to Regal and Archer. Holy crap! Let's go. Archer tosses Regal right back over the top rope, but Regal hangs onto the top rope. I don't know what Regal was doing there. He paused, and he's going to be kicking his own ass for that later, especially after he actually gets use of his lungs back. Archer pounding away on William Regal. Oh, elbow drop right to the back of the neck, driving the face of Regal right into that unforgiving floor. Look at this. Regal still fighting, though. Tosses Archer back in the ring. Regal's had enough of that battling outside the ring. Wow. Nails Archer right in the face with a knee. Archer managed to kick out just in time. That was about a 2.5 count right there. Regal scoops him up. Oh, he tossed him right over the top rope. Archer goes crashing, landing spine first on that unforgiving floor. And what is Regal doing? What is Regal doing? Playing with his food, and that food is going to bite back. Nice retaliation. Still struggling for control of the matchup. Regal tosses Archer back into the ring. Yo, Reaper Sealed TV! What's going on, my friend? Merry Christmas. Thanks for stopping by. Again, like I told everybody else, I didn't expect many people to stop by tonight. I was simply running this show so everybody had a Christmas downtime show to check out tomorrow. This show was supposed to be yesterday. I had some terrible weather. Oh, look at that. He tapped out Archer. He tapped out Archer. That is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match. And moving on to the championship final with the right to fight the reigning defending champions, the primetime players, MJF and William Regal. They are legacy, and they are moving on to face the champions. Wow. That's crazy.
Here are your winners.
That is crazy. The Coalition beat out of the tournament, guys.
Teams around with that win. Gives you hope for the future of the tag division. Great tag.
And all y'all were betting
this
for the
way,
legacy,
guys.
really? I should ban all of you. I should literally ban all of you. All right. So we're moving on to the main event of the evening. Let's go. Here we go. The championship final is upon us. And again, I thank everybody that did stop in and visit throughout the evening. Again, I did not expect many people to be by. It is Christmas Eve. People have lives and family and kids, and Santa is coming. But at certain points of the night, we had a huge crowd, and people have been stopping by all night long. You guys are all fucking awesome. You guys are the Archiverse. I tell you this time and time again, you made the Archiverse what it is on Twitch TV. We've exploded and expanded over to the Shark Tank on YouTube, and you're building a fortress over there. You guys are just amazing. You really did make this a very fun place to be in 2022. We're going to do great things in 2023. We're going to have our very first award show and induct some folks into the Hall of Fame. I am also in the process, and I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I wasn't going to tell you until the new year, but I'm also in the process of a bit of a rebrand and a little bit of a redesign of Arena. Wrestle Wars is still going to be Wrestle Wars, but Rock Roberts would remember an old show from GOW Gods of Wrestling days. It was called GOW Genesis, and we are rebranding Wrestle Wars as TAV Wrestle Wars Genesis, and we're going to have ourselves a brand new arena to have some elite in-ring action in to start the new year, and it is going to be an absolute blast. I mean, that arena is not complete yet. There's still lots to be done, but construction is underway for the new arena. Wrestle Wars Genesis is going to be the rebrand for the new year. Fresh name, fresh new look, and we're going to kick things off the right way, the only way, with a bang. That is what we're going to do. But let me get the betting line open for the main event of the evening. And who do you guys think walks out the World Tag Team Champions and straps those brand new championship belts around their waists? Is it going to be Legacy or the reigning defending champions, the primetime players? As usual, 5 minutes to make your bets. And there you go. The betting lines are open. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time to award these brand new, beautiful Archiver's World Tag Team Championship belts. Who's it going to be? The primetime players, the reigning defending champions, or the people that have shocked everybody starting in the quarterfinals when MJF fought Truth and Consequences all by himself to move the Legacy on to the semifinals. And from there, they just kept proving why they are such a formidable team and a great union and a great addition to the tag team division. MJF and William Regal, the Legacy. It's going to be a slobber knocker. And again, without further ado, primetime players, the reigning defending champions, taking on Legacy. Archiver's World Tag Team Championships on the line. Let's go. And guys, while these guys are making their way to the squared circle, I'm going to go and just refill my beverage, so I'll be a few moments. If anybody in the chat room wants to tell some jokes and keep everybody entertained while I am MIA for a few moments, feel free to do so. Appreciate you all. Again, this is the final match of the evening, the main event of the night. We are awarding brand new tag team champions. And then we'll see each other. Well, when we see each other, I don't know. We don't have any scheduled shows. So it'll just depend on you guys. If you guys want to see a show, maybe even for New Year's Eve, before New Year's Eve, that's up to you. I'll leave it in your hands. You guys can let me know if you want more shows before the end of the year. There'll be no scheduled shows. There'll be no regular season action. None of the Starrcade or Wrestle Wars championships will be on the line, but don't forget, we do have YTD Academy. Hell, we could even end up on YouTube. We could have a year-end YTD Academy show on YouTube before the end of the year. So just keep watch, pay attention, stay tuned. Expect the unexpected. This is the Archiverse TV. But I'll be right back.
Jolin 9 Heart acquired Mrelku 1 Love Mrelku 1 Dance Jolin 9 Linka.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and is for the World Tag Team Championship. Introducing the challengers at a combined weight of 466 pounds, Legacy.
This is a big-time opportunity, Byron, as the title will be on the line here. You're right, Michael, and judging from the response on social media heading into this match, we're likely to see a new champ crowned here tonight.
Look who it is. And introducing the champions at a combined weight of 536 pounds. They are the World Tag Team Champions, the Prime Time Players.
Of course, the title is on the line in this one, guys. And don't be surprised if history is made here tonight. I know the champ has looked good as of late, but I'd say the opposition has looked just as good, if not better.
On the line of the Tag Team Championships, teams in their respective corners going over final strategies.
but to me there's something special about a no-frills match for a tag team championship.
I'm right with you, Corey. No frills, no razzle-dazzle, just two teams, two ropes, and two titles.
I said nothing about razzle-dazzle.
The guillotine is locked in.
And the electricity of this moment is coursing through his veins.
Bang, drop kick. Vicious right forearm.
Superstars what's up?
Everything in this match is legal, and we have cameras all over the arena. So wherever these superstars' imagination takes them, you won't miss any of the action.
And you need a limitless imagination to win a match like this. You have to stay on the attack because fortunes can change with just one move.
Yeah, especially in a situation where a limitless amount of real estate is your battleground.
Ooh, what a move. Suplex. Forearm right to the jaw.
Tag is made.
Oh, stop. Hold on a second. He might be finding a submission hold here.
Oh, it's locked in. Body is not meant to. Body breaks free, but will the damage prove to be irreparable? Perhaps thinking about what to do next here.
Drop right on their face.
He turns it around. Clean tag for his partner. A striking blow. With authority. Oh, to the arm. Terrible.
Enough already.
Oh, that was just malicious.
Insulting.
Just breaking down the opponent. Great counter.
Absolutely brutal. Ruthless.
Just stomping every single part of his body.
Hooked up. Double underhook. Powerbomb. He switches it back around. He got whipped into that corner.
Trapped in the corner.
Oh my gosh, nowhere to go. Just carrying the opposition anywhere they want. Outside. Cover. Wait. How can that be fair?
Come on, ref. Keep these guys in check.
Uh-oh, pump handle applied. What's coming next?
Wilson driver. And
I have returned. Sorry about that. Took me a little longer than expected. As it turns out, when brewing a coffee, it does help to have not just water, which has been a problem in the past. That wasn't the problem this time. The secondary problem is it does help to have actual coffee in the machine to filter water through to make said coffee. So I sat there and I couldn't figure out why the hell my coffee was not brewing, and then realized, well, it does help to have coffee in the machine. So, there's that. And how dare you, Froggy Mothlegs? Or Glenola, I'm still not sure who's doing that. Not funny either, by the way.
Getting into that zone.
Not funny either.
saw that one coming, took advantage. Each competitor showing they've done their homework.
Legacy and Primetime players going at it as expected. It is a battle over the most prestigious tag team championships in all of pro wrestling.
Before the fist drops on your face.
Championships that Demolition, by the way, has had 7 times. And not only are they the winningest tag team in history, they're also still, to this day, the longest reigning tag team champions in history. But they are not in this match. It is the Primetime Players, the reigning defending champions, against Legacy, who have really battled their way through this tournament. It is amazing what they accomplished. I mean, if you consider what transpired in the quarterfinals, it came down to MJF all by himself against the Hardcore Icon Tables and Darby Allin, and he battled through and won and moved Legacy into the semifinals. The rest is history, and here we are. Not only did they win the tournament, they are here in the championship final, taking on the reigning defending champions. Talk about a Christmas miracle so far. A Christmas miracle so far. Crazy.
He's ejected from the ring.
An interesting ending. I mean, I'm assuming most people thought Phenomenal Soul, maybe the Coalition, maybe even Demolition might be the ones fighting for the championships at the end of the night here. What a surprise, but a pleasant surprise, and what a fantastic match thus far between Legacy and the reigning defending champions, by the way.
Tag made, fresh man in.
Look at this. All the way across, it's locked in. Bridget, he got in there. Good save. Cover here.
MJF going for the quick pin. Right after. Oh!
Corey, that should have been 3.
Jared Jack gets back in there. Broke up the submission attempt and the pin. Sir Lord's William Steven Regal not quick enough getting in there to help out his partner at the moment. MJF sending Jared Jack for a ride here, I think. Uh-oh, look at this. He's going over the top rope. Down to the unforgiving floor goes Jared Jack, but in comes the great Champ Jackson. Double underhook DDT.
He keeps his team in the match.
Pinfall broken up by Sir Lord William Steven Regal.
Your legacy has been very successful this Christmas Day.
Wow, nice reversal by William Regal right there. Yeah, I agree. Legacy's been very successful this Christmas Day. Absolutely.
Hooked up. Double underhook.
Could almost say it was from Santa Claus.
Coming to the rescue.
Jared Jack breaking up the pinfall again. MJF getting frustrated. Oh, he eats an elbow.
Pump handle applied.
MJF sent him up for a pump handle. Wow. A pump handle driver by MJF. Over the top rope goes the great Champ Jackson. Look at this. He's going for that Fujiwara armbar. It is an inverted Fujiwara armbar.
He may have felt his grip slipping, so he releases the hold.
I believe the great Champ Jackson happens to be the legal man in the ring right now. However, he's going to go for it here. Is he going to do it? He is. No, he's just got a regular Fujiwara armbar. Right in the middle of the ring, though. Great Champ Jackson in trouble here. MJF is just going after both of them. Now I am confused as to who the legal man is right now. I think it's the great Champ Jackson, to be fair. I do. I think the great Champ Jackson is, yes, he is. He's the legal man in the ring. I thought so. Wow, MJF has been eliminated. Here we go. William Regal all by himself against the Primetime Players, who are still in full force. Regal down, the great Champ Jackson again with that pinfall attempt. Regal kicks out. In comes JR Jack. The crowd on their feet, they are still excited. Ooh! Backslide powerbomb. Regal kicks out again, 2 count only. Quick tags in and out here by the primetime players.
This is going to be stiff.
Regal in a lot of trouble here. Regal is in a bad way right now. It has been a long, grueling tournament. At least for Legacy. Primetime players didn't have to fight during that tournament. Oh, look at this. Out the back door goes Regal.
Great reaction from Regal.
Nice belly-to-back suplex by William Regal. Oh, eats an uppercut. Snap suplex by JR Jack. Regal with a big elbow right to the midsection. Misses an uppercut. Oh, he lands that one, though. Unleashing with a barrage of strikes. Double knees right to the face. William Regal on fire here. Oh, he gets a boot to the face from the bottom, though. Regal, though, returns with a knee to the face from the bottom. Regal trying to avenge MJF here.
Punch right in the head. A little rope assistance. Very effective.
Regal setting him up for a suplex. Beautiful suplex.
The champ's taking an immense amount of damage.
Nice basement dropkick right to the back of the neck. A little bit savage, but
Then he closes it out. He keeps his team in the
quickly broke up by the great champ Jackson. Nice
counter.
dragon screw leg whip. Regal, I think, is running out of gas here, folks.
Gotta find a way to get out of this.
Regal having the favor returned.
Outside. Cover. Is it enough?
Wow, Regal kicked out again.
After everything we've witnessed, we are still at a stalemate.
A power bomb on the floor, and he still kicks out.
An incredible sight to see.
I mean, Jared Jack better be careful here, though. William Regal doesn't mind a good fight, especially if he can use the other elements around his in his environment to his favor. Oh! Good God. The athleticism of the great champ Jackson. Wow, look at that. He didn't even get a one count there. Is Regal getting stronger as the match goes, or what? Crazy. Oh, look at this, a vertigo. Down it goes Regal again. That might do it right there. Oh, vicious. And that is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match. And still, the Archivers World Tag Team Wrestling Champions from Team Almighty Exotic, the great champ Jackson and J.R. Jack. They're the primetime players, and they are still your world champions. Wow, what a tournament. Fantastic. Yo, DC. What's going on, DC? Appreciate you stopping by, DC. Merry Christmas. But that is it. That is all for episode number 430. The year-end Gold Rush Tournament. Again, we have no scheduled shows for the rest of the year, but that doesn't mean we won't have another show. But there will be no episodes of Wrestle Wars or Starrcade. Both are under revamp anyways. They're going to have new arenas, fresh new looks for the new year. As you can see, we got brand new World Tag Team titles. We've got a brand new World Championship. You saw that earlier tonight when awesome Ted Cobb shocked the world and became world champion for the very first time. It's been a great week, a great night, and again, congratulations to Team AMC Me for being the first woman to become a Triple Crown champion. Nobody has done it in the history of the Archivers. She holds the WCW Women's World Championship, she holds the Archivers Women's World Championship, and she is now in possession of the YTD Academy Women's Grand Prix Wrestling Championship. Triple Crown champion. Congratulations to the Wolfpack. Congratulations to Team AMC Me, and of course the Diamond Ashley Marie. But it's been a fantastic night. It was a lot better than I expected. Again, when I started this show, because it was supposed to be last night, and it ended up being tonight due to bad weather from last night. It is Christmas Eve. I didn't know if anybody was going to be around to enjoy the show, but I was going to make sure everybody had a VOD to watch during their downtime for Christmas tomorrow. So this show was going to go on the go, whether nobody was here or whether there was a lot of people here. And throughout the night, I was shocked because at one point we had lots of people here. At other points of the night, we had a few people here. But what matters is it's Christmas Eve, and you guys still took the time to stop by and appreciate the community that you guys have built and keep making stronger day after day, week after week. 2023 is going to be huge, but that is it for tonight. Again, no scheduled shows. We'll see each other when we see each other. Keep your eye on it because you never know. We've had a year-end Wrestle Wars. We had a year-end Starrcade. We had a year-end Gold Rush tournament. Maybe we pop up over at the Shark Tank on YouTube and have a year-end YTD Academy show before the end of the year. Who knows? Stay tuned. We will find out. But it is time to go, though. It is invasion time. And, you know, there's not a lot of us here, but we still got to have an invasion. And our buddy, Night the Undying, just happens to be having a 24-hour stream. So we may as well go over there and continue the evening with a bunch of great people and a great community. And he's an awesome human being. He is a sexy beast. So let's go visit him. But that is it. That is all. Appreciate you all. You don't have to go home, but you're not staying here. Please get the fuck out. And I do hope you end up over at Night the Undying's channel.
Archer!